Madly Broad,
Coffee
we
in
are.
Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House. Episodes, we have resources posted up there as well. All right, all right, all right. Good morning, YouTube. Good morning, TikTok. How are we doing this morning? Turn that down. Up and nice on my head. Jah Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. How you doing, Jah? How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning. I'm doing well. How are you, Moments?
I am well, thanks. I have
Good
my
morning,
fans, so I'm
everyone.
good. I'm still showing up my fan. Thank you, Jah.
Good morning, CIT family. Good morning, Alexia.
Alexa said she peeing up this morning. Alexa, what acrobatic skills were you trying
She was practicing for Dexter Dap.
tomorrow? You better stretch, 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 stretch. You have to stretch before and then stretch after. Thank you, morning, Julie. Morning, Brett. You can't just jump on the thing like that, you know, Alexa. You have to stretch before, warm up the body. Then you take time and bust a wine, loosen up yourself and you ease on into it. And then
She was practicing in her sleep. That's what happened.
yeah, the boom flick. No, girl.
You
Na
want me
na
to
na
say?
na na. Boom
You want
flick.
me to say?
Na 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 na.
You know what the problem? Me
Uh,
there trying to live back my glory days. So that's what I think, you know.
you gotta know when to let it go, girl. Know when to let it go. Thank you, Julie. You gotta know to let it go, girl. You see, well, a dog my age ain't no pup. So I know certain things me have to take time and ease myself into. Me can't just bust out and broke out. Otherwise, it's gonna be major problem.
I'm a toxic alter ego. Did I tell me say you can't do it? I may just start go back down memory lane in my head and I say, girl, you remember when you used to mash up? You used to go a villa and mash up and come in and go work. Are you good? Eh?
Um,
Not again.
check your birth certificate. Just a, just a gentle reminder, right? We need that reminder every now and again. Yeah. So I go, hush, feel better. Take some painkillers. I don't know what the best one is, the kind of flu you have, but just take some painkillers and rest up yourself, sap your joints, put the white rum, the beer rum, rubbing alcohol, and get to sapping them joints. I don't know if you have any herbs and spices soaking in your white rum, because I hear that works very well to alleviate the pain. Beer rum, yeah, rub up your joints, then my girl, rub them up, rub them up. All right, you see, I think we're disillusioned because we look in the mirror and we see something else, but our joints tell us another story. The body now match the age, the face now match the age, that's all. But the body and make we know the age. Let me put it that way. All right, folks. Good to have you with me. Time for us to go ahead and get started. As always, we kick it off in the Caribbean corner. First order of business. CARICOM reaffirms imperative for the prohibition of nuclear weapons. This article comes to us courtesy of Grenada. No, I'm sorry, I got that wrong. I transposed here. Nowgrenada.com. The Caribbean community has reaffirmed the urgent necessity of prohibiting nuclear weapons testing, use, and proliferation, emphasizing that this imperative has never been more pressing than in this century. Speaking at a regional workshop for state signatories in Latin America and the Caribbean under the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty (CTBT) framework on April 3 in Jamaica, CARICOM Assistant General Secretary General for Foreign and Community Relations Elizabeth Solomon highlighted the heightened nuclear threat in this era, marked by accelerated climate change and the direct and indirect possession of nuclear weapons by some states. Describing the potential use of nuclear weapons as an anathema to CARICOM, she stressed the region's commitment to preserving its status as a zone of peace. We have retained and continue to do everything in our individual and collective power to maintain this region as a zone of peace, she stated, noting the critical role of the treaty in reinforcing global norms against nuclear testing, which directly bolsters zone of peace. And she also went on to add and stress that CARICOM's strong opposition to the transshipment of nuclear waste through the Caribbean Sea, citing environmental and economic concerns. Absolutely. We don't want none of that in the Caribbean. We don't have space for it. We like peace. I said this, I think, last week when we had some stories coming to the forefront with the acceleration of the presence of certain individuals off the coast of South America, around the area of Suriname, Guyana, Venezuela, Trinidad. Yeah, we have serious concerns about that because if they are allowed to contact up residents in a yard, then it will be the opening of the gateway for other things to come on in, right? And I thank you, CARICOM, for leading the initiative or wanting to protect the region as much as possible. The ocean is our bread and butter, not just because of tourism. Thank you, Sula. Not just because of tourism, but also because of the oceanic life, the aquatic life. We depend on the sea for our fish or seafood, which is a part of our diet, a huge part of of our diet throughout the Caribbean, right? So there are negative impacts, to be had if there is some accident that might happen. It will not only affect sea life, but it will also affect human life, and we're not here for that. Yeah. Okay. Moving right along, next up, Inter-Island Green Ferry Project explores feasibility in Antigua and Barbuda. This article, courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly.com. Antigua and Barbuda could soon be a part of an innovative fossil fuel-free ferry network, as a Guadeloupe-led initiative assesses the feasibility of launching an environmentally friendly inter-island transport system. The initiative, aimed at establishing a sustainable ferry service, is part of the Interreg Caribbean CaruLink project, which is funded by the European Union and executed by the Guadeloupe-based private transport company STEPS. Well, James there, because he might like this one. Hold on there. Listen, TikTok, when I change up the screen for me, and the dolly is very slow with some things. Very slow with some things. All right, so not sure if he heard about it, but I'm sure he'd appreciate the update if he hasn't. So, a delegation from Guadeloupe recently visited Antigua as part of the ongoing feasibility study, which began in January 2025 and is set to conclude in December 2027. The study focuses on the possibility of connecting Antigua and Barbuda, Dominica, St. Kitts and Nevis, and Guadeloupe through a clean energy ferry system. The Antigua and Barbuda Chamber of Commerce is an investor in the project. I'm here for it. The feasibility study involves collaboration with key local stakeholders, including the Antigua and Barbuda Port Authority, the Department of Marine Services, the Ministry of Tourism, and other relevant border security and law enforcement agencies. Discussions have centered on determining the viability of the ferry system and identifying potential ports and harbors for the pilot phase. Yes. Morning, Ozzy. Gonna get a bell. We have been talking about the need to have intra-regional movement, um, easy access, and I think it can work. I like the fact that they're putting into the equation clean energy. That's important as we stress the need to keep our waters, our blue economy, as safe as possible because it's our bread and butter, as I said, relating to the previous article. I think it can work. It can be used. This ferry can be used not only for passenger, for the movement of people, but also for the movement of goods. Yeah. So do not think Antigua and Barbuda. Why is it taking so long though? Why do we have to wait an additional 2 years for the study to be complete? That concerns me. Can we have it done, completed sooner? Well, but I don't know. But Ja, your island is leading the way on this, and we are grateful for it. Yeah, so we have had several conversations. I don't know, are they listening to us? Quite possible, because we have spoken and we have seen and we have heard. All right, next up. Why, where you that story? Where you gone? Where you gone? Left me. Okay. How the Caribbean could turn a plague of seaweed into fuel and fertilizer. When I saw this story yesterday, I was like, yes, yes. Use what we have. Let's see how we can I don't want to say recycle, repurpose. In this case, I want to say the word repurpose. If that's the right terminology. All right, according to WashingtonPost.com, stinking mats of rotting seaweed. Let me start over. I'm sorry. Let me hear myself. So, stinking mats of rotting seaweed are already starting to pile up on beaches across the Caribbean. These mega blooms of slimy brown algae called sargassum were once seldom seen, but climate change and water pollution have turned them into an annual plague for the Caribbean, Gulf of Mexico, and Florida's east coast. As mounds of seaweed smother the coasts, they repel tourists, vex fishermen, and foul the air with unhealthy fumes that warm the planet and cause breathing problems. Removing seaweed from beaches and carting it to the dump costs countries millions of dollars a year and takes up dwindling space in landfills. But officials in Grenada, an island nation of more than 100,000 people, yes, I said 3,000, but it's actually 111,000 people, at the far end of the Caribbean archipelago, say they have a better idea. Harvest the sargassum before it hits the beaches and turn it into a renewable source of fuel, fertilizer, and other products. We shouldn't just see it as a menace, but as an opportunity. And that is according to Jerry Eno, who is Grenada's special envoy for oceans. In October, Grenada hosted a sargassum conference among Caribbean nations and the European Union, which has pledged to support Caribbean efforts to turn its climate change fueled problem into a green industry. At the conference, Grenadian Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell vowed that his country would transform 10,000 tons of sargassum into useful products by 2026. And so far, 33 companies have pitched ideas to the Grenadian government, which will pick a few to fund this summer. I love it. Yeah, I love it too, niece. I love it. Um, Everything that is in nature has its purpose, right? And it was created for a reason. God no make no mistake with anything what I make, right? He created it for a reason, but because of human beings, and we don't know how to respect the Mother Earth. We don't know how to respect our environment. Yeah, we do disrespect our environment, right? Because of pollution, because of industrialization, the environment has taken a hit. Cruise ships, freight liners, hotels, various industries dump a lot of waste into the ocean. And that creates an imbalance. Tasha, you almost let me slip in now. You almost let me slip. Good morning, Tasha. Thanks for peeping in. Right? So, because of our scant regard for the environment and how it was created, designed to work for us, and how we're, and with us respecting it, coexisting in harmony, because of our disrespect of the environment, there an imbalance has been created, right? So creating an off-putting situation, right? But them say climate change not real. Them say, oh, whatever, certain things not real, but yes, it's real. But what I want to say, Grenada, thank you for leading the chart on this. Thank you to the scientists, because I'm sure there is science behind this. They took some to a lab and said, no, let me try a couple of things and see how it can work. So this is how you pivot, right? This is how you take lemonades and make, you take lemon and make lemonades. We are talking reverse this morning. This is how we take lemons and make lemonade, right? So they're going to take the sargassum, which we call seaweed, and they are going to turn it into fuel. And I love it. Biofuel. Mexico, by the way, in this article, Mexico and at international universities are working on ways to turn sargassum into bricks. Reliance it is, absolutely alpha and omega reliance. Go ahead. So hold on, Alexia. They're looking to turn it into bricks, pharmaceuticals, a biofuel, and fuel for cars and more. Go right ahead, Alexia. Thank you.
Funny enough, as I started talking about the seaweed, I know I had watched a report on Business Insider, I think that's her name. So I went hunting for it while you were talking, and that's exactly what I was going to send it to you on Instagram and tell you that they are already making buildings with these bricks, and they say it makes for a better material, it makes it cooler, and it just all around just better than the conventional materials that they would use, right? So yeah, man, people out there doing things. I'm wondering when the rest of us are going to catch on, you know?
We need to become more self-sufficient. We need to look at what we have around us. And folks, science is real. Science is a part of our existence. Embrace it. Encourage our young people to get involved, especially when we talk about climate and the environment. All right. Morning, Rosolo. Morning, Kirk. Rosolo, you missed the 90s, and you and Kirk missed the 90s and early 2000s dance hall this morning. Yeah.
Oh, we're getting starting early.
You missed Baby Sham.
Oh God, I saw a video, baby. First of all, I'm so sorry. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Rosolo.
Good morning. Yes, I saw a video, Baby Sham on TikTok yesterday. I think I watched it about 20 times.
I think it's the same one.
The red shirt with the red T-shirt on. Yes, I watch it. Oh, I love him.
He's aging in reverse.
So,
whatever him a drink.
Yeah, I want some of that juice. I mean that he drink. I'm muting. Morning, Ja. Morning, Alexia. What's up, Kirk? Good morning, entire.
Morning.
Too early, Rosola. Morning, Kirk. What's up, Kirk? We miss your voice this morning, Kirk.
Top of the morning. You know, it's one coffee in so, not two, not three. Blessings to everyone. You know, it's Thursday, Throwback Thursday. You know, I want to send out blessings to everyone to have a great day and always give thanks And praise to the Most High, because the first blessing that you get is what? Life itself.
Open your eyes.
So it's precious to us.
There you have it, folks. Thank
Hey,
you.
listen.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you. There you have it, folks. Thank you. Yeah, man. We received that and we send that out into everyone's ears, folks. Amen. 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 All right. So let's keep it moving. Next up, MSF suspends operations at 2 major hospitals in Haiti. This article comes to us courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Médecins Sans Frontières has announced the suspension of its activities at the THUR Emergency Center and the Carrefour Trauma Hospital in Port-au-Prince, Haiti, for a minimum of 3 months due to the worsening security situation in the capital. The decision comes after a targeted attack on MSF's convoy, and that happened back on March 15 of this year, which was traveling between the 2 medical centers. The convoy, clearly identified as MSF, was deliberately shot at while using the only access road linking the 2 sites. MSF vehicles were hit by at least 15 bullets, forcing the organization to halt its use of the route for transportation and medical deliveries. MSF had already evacuated the Turju Center on the same day of the attack as the fighting around the area escalated, with stray bullets landing within the compound daily. Wow. Boy, when we're going to have like a piece, hey, green-eyed girl, thumbs up if we are continuing to progress. Thumbs up, green-eyed girl, because you know the prayers are going up. Oh boy. I'm looking forward to the day when we open the news articles and we see good news. We hear that finally everything has calmed, has quelled. Thank you, green-eyed girl. Everything has calmed, everything has quelled, and they're making progress. Fingers crossed. Moving right along, time for stories out of Jamaica. Let me go ahead and pull up the link then. Peace. Life is simple enough. It's us human beings that make a mess of it. We create unnecessary confusion and drama. According to Nationwide Radio JM, the shakeup in the leadership ranks of the Integrity Commission appears set to continue with I'm sorry, I'm laughing because yesterday we spoke about the Integrity Commission and I shared my thoughts. But anyway, the shakeup in the leadership ranks of the Integrity Commission appears set to continue with the confirmed departure of Director of Corruption Prosecution, Keisha Prince Kamiko. Prince Kamiko's post has been publicly advertised by the Commission. Her 3-year contract with the anti-corruption body came to an end last month. It's understood it will not be renewed. Here is more in this report from Siobhan Campbell.
Responding to queries from Nationwide News, newly appointed chairman of the Integrity Commission, retired Justice Carol Lawrence Beswick, confirmed that Prince Kamika's contract had come to an end. The chairman declined to say whether Prince Kamika had reapplied for her post. Lawrence Beswick would only say the name of the successful candidate will be published once a decision has been made. Well-placed sources have indicated to Nationwide News that the now former Director of Corruption Prosecution had faced significant pressures from within the organization over prosecuting decisions she made during her tenure. It's understood she was specifically told not to reapply to the position. Prince Kamika presided over the high-profile decision not to charge Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness following 2 recommendations from the Commission's Director of Investigations, Kevon Stevenson, that the head of the government be charged in 2 separate matters. On both occasions, Prince Kamika declined to initiate prosecution proceedings, finding there was no case in law for Holness to answer. Those decisions reportedly earned her the ire of certain officials within the anti-corruption body. Prince Kamika was appointed to her post in March 2020. The Director of Corruption Prosecution is one of the statutory directors established under the Integrity Commission Act. Subject to the powers of the Director of Public Prosecutions, the Commission's Director of Corruption Prosecution makes determinations as to whether to bring a case against any person implicated in corruption by the body's Director of Investigations. Prince's exit comes on the heels of the departure of the Commission's former chairman, retired Justice Seymour Panton. Commissioner Eric Crawford also recently left the body. Governor General Sir Patrick Allen recently appointed retired Justice Carol Lawrence Beswick and former Governor of the Bank of Jamaica Brian Winter to replace them. Lawrence Beswick has also been appointed the Commission's new chairman. At least 2 other statutory directors will see their contracts come to an end in the coming months. When contacted, Nationwide News was informed by the Commission that Ranif Lawrence is currently acting in the position of Director of Corruption Prosecution. No information was provided as to the fate of Mrs. Prince Kamika. Siobhan Campbell for Nationwide News.
Niece, I see you put it. Hold on, what is Dr. Sharon doing up? Didn't she work last night? What are you doing up? Didn't you work last night?
I did.
So why are you not sleeping?
I was. I just took a call. I just took a call from a nurse and got up to feed Joel.
You know, just I didn't even ask about Joel because I know you're supposed to be sleeping.
Yeah, I was sleeping. I got back. No, this is 2 nights, this is actually now 2 crazy nights in a row.
How is that patient doing? Is she good?
She's good.
So if you're wondering what I'm talking about, so Dr. Sharon, for everyone listening online on YouTube and here on TikTok, she is an OBGYN. So last night she was on Dr. Keisha's live and she was relaying an incident at a hospital that could have gone in a totally disastrous direction. But thanks to her expertise and the goodness of God, the grace of God, who has blessed her with the talent and the know-how, she was able to turn the ship around. I don't know how you do it,
So let me tell you, I don't know, because even at the end, I'm like, did I really sign up for this shit? I literally said that to myself. Did I really sign up for this? But and this really was sparked by the article that Dr. Keisha shared about the maternal mortality rate increased by 27%. So for me, I have not even just. For me, I just have an obligation to try to do my best to turn that tide, right? To really just practice to the top of my knowledge, my license, my expertise to save somebody, save people, and just because it can. I mean, I tell people, pregnant, that postpartum, peripostpartum, someone in labor can literally lose the entire blood volume of blood within 15 minutes and be gone. It's really in a blink of an eye. So you really have to have this heightened sense of urgency, and I getting a lot of message about that. The nurse influencer who was unalive by an amniotic fluid emboli. So I'm probably just going to end up doing a TikTok video.
Yes,
I will. I'm going to do it today.
Yeah, please do. When after you've rested and you're, good and so on and so forth, do it, and I'll be happy to repost that. Folks, we don't take medicine lightly, and with everything being stripped away, from us, we have to count on the professionals who actually care. The ones who care about us, the ones who are committed, are able to look beyond the madness that's going on, Yeah, so thank you, Dr. Sharon. As always, we appreciate you. We really appreciate all that you do.
You're welcome.
Yeah, to look after us.
You're welcome. I'm gonna go back to work.
Yeah, please go.
Okay, I'm gonna check in later.
All
Bye.
right, take it easy. Yeah, man. Thanks. Boy, niece, back to this article. So you said she needs to go. Her term has ended. Her contract has ended. So it's not like them push her out, people. Her contract ended. Hold on, Mr. Adesoji up and down the chat. Go ahead, Niece. Go ahead.
Yes, her term has ended, but she has been asked not to reapply. Here's my thing with the whole debacle with how the thing happened, right? They clearly was creating a mess. They were setting a trap through the agency, using the agency against the PM, right? What they were doing is that they thought they had information, and rather than go to the PM, which is part of their role and responsibility, to say, hey, we see this, we need your clarification. What they were doing, oh, no, don't say anything. Let us wait until the opportune time for us to release this information into the stratosphere to create all kind of mess and nonsense. Here's my thing with Lady Prince. If you see somebody unalive somebody else and you don't say anything, are you as guilty? She saw all of that going. You said this is why I can't work in certain agencies. She saw all of that going on, and thankfully, she chose not to pursue charges against him because she knew the information, but she also did not disclose how she came to that disclosure when everybody behind her was saying, oh, he's guilty. Why didn't she come to a positive thing with nothing else in her statements? Yeah, she needs to go because you need somebody who is honest, has integrity, has character, right? To be in the integrity commission. Because if you see something, you need to say something. You have to give the person the benefit of the doubt to say, you know what? This is what we have on you, right? And this is supposed to be done in the greatest of confidence. This is what we have on you. We need to have a discussion with you, giving you an opportunity to explain.
All right. So, Niece, let me go back to the article here 1 second to make sure I have a clear understanding, right? So, Prince Kamika presided over the high-profile decision not to charge Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness following 2 recommendations from the Commission's Director of Investigations, Kevon Stevenson, that the head of government be charged in 2 separate matters. So, this sounds to me as though
she took a stance against them, which is correct.
No, hold on a second. Hold on. Oh, yeah. Why? So hold on. She decided not to charge. Isn't that going against them? If the body says he is to be charged, why did she go against the body that she represents?
Ergo, that is my problem, because I could not be in that position and not battle it out to say, listen, if you guys go public with this, I'm not going to be in support of what you're saying and what you're doing. And also, I'm going to report on the back end that this is what you're doing.
But that would mean then, Niece, what I'm hearing is that she would be complicit with Dr. Holness then. That means she would be willing to turn a blind eye to whatever wrongs, allegedly, let us say there was some things awry. It would mean that she'd be condoning it if she goes against the board, no?
And that is the issue. Why did she go against the board? Did she go against the board for facts, or did she go against the board because she was complicit with the PM? The fact that they told her not even to reapply is saying to me, we ain't no snitch. Snitch gets stitches. This is serious. This is the Integrity Commission that was put in place to avoid all of this.
Let me tell you what I get from this. Let me tell you what I stitches get stitches.
We're gonna snitch at it, Soji.
Let me tell you what I get from this, because if I am a part of a body, the Integrity Commission, I don't care who you are. Wrong is wrong, right is right. If as a collective, it is determined that charges are to ensue, I am standing with the body I represent. I have to remove my personal feelings. I have to remove anything behind the scenes and follow through on my job. What I'm getting here is that on both occasions, she declined to initiate prosecution proceedings, finding there was no case in law. So in her eyes, for whatever reason, she said there's no reason, no need to pursue. Um, did somebody tap her on the shoulder?
They didn't have any evidence on him. They were saying, okay, fine. They have 28, for example, they have 28 bank accounts, right? When you look into the bank accounts, some of them were inactive. Our parents created accounts for us. I mean, all the information was there. If they had actively pursued us, Mr. PM, I see you have 28 accounts. Would you like to give an account for how you ended up with 28 accounts and how the money is funneling? Even when they asked him about why is it that he had accounts where money was going in of one and going out of the other one, and it seemed as if like he was money laundering. When they asked him the question and he provided the answers, I'm not an accountant. Let me go on record as saying that. I don't like math. I'm partially good at accounts, but I could understand where you have money in one account and you realize the interest is better in another, or the time, you have fixed deposit and then the time lapse and you realize you can get a better thing in another account. You move it from account A to account B. They're suggesting that when he took out the money out of account A and put it into account B, that he was receiving money from unknown sources. And if they had, look at your face, if they had used an accountant or an auditor, right, an informed auditor, and checked the information, they should have been able to give them the correct information, because the banks have a responsibility to show where the money is coming from. Because if I try and put over a certain amount in my bank account that maybe I'm moving from country to country, they call me and ask me. Locally, they call me and ask me. Switzerland is picking up the phone and calling me and asking me, we noticed an increased transfer from account A to account B. Can you give an account for where you got this money from? So, me special? Yeah? I thought that was a bank standard. If you're moving certain amounts of money, they're going to ask.
Go ahead, Alexia.
Niece. We have 28 Bank of Jamaica.
We don't have 20. No, he didn't.
Well, wait,
It was alleged he had 28 bank accounts.
No, alleged.
28 bank accounts.
Alleged. I not alleged. It are facts. They on paper.
But
Facts.
Because we don't want to be incriminated for saying.
All right, alleged.
We have to use the word alleged.
Allegedly, right?
Active. Okay, let me say. How many active accounts did he have?
Yeah, but I've been as a regular person, I've been to the bank and I've tried to open an account at a bank, and the person in that little office, the little cubicle where you go to, them go in the system and say, oh, you have an account, but it is either dormant or inactive. And if it is dormant, they say, okay, you're just going to get a new one. That one leave the system. If it is inactive, they say, put some money into it, get some updated information, and activate it again. What we PM do with 28 account, allegedly, and we don't have 28 banks.
So the question is, as it relates to the 28 bank accounts, mute 1 second, Alexia. The question as it relates to the 28 bank accounts, it is possible for somebody to have 50 bank accounts. It is quite possible, right? Now, my question is, as it relates to the number of accounts, were they all open, or were these accounts that were opened and closed, opened and went dormant? Were these accounts that he opened with other people, right? Because as far as I know, there were accounts that were joint accounts. There were accounts that he was added to, and he said he didn't even know. And it happens. For example, your parents will open an account and have you as the beneficiary. They don't tell us that they have you as a beneficiary now. just in case something happens to them, there is no having to go through the courts. Is an easy transfer by already having your name there. So these accounts, these 28 accounts, what were the statuses? Were they all active? Was he fully aware? Because me can tell you the truth. Hold on a second, Soji. Me can tell you there are accounts that are in existence with my name on it and I don't know about them. No. Hold on there, other subject. No, Alexa, that's not the reason. Here's the thing. Wrong is wrong.
Oh, Jesus.
Right is right. When me with BJLP bad,
Hold on.
we drag them bad. When them wrong, wrong. When they
Let me-
right, but them right. Go ahead, niece, and then you other soldier.
Let me say this. There's one bank that I deal with. I have 6 accounts open. Mind you, all of them have $20, but I have 6 accounts. I have 6 accounts open. I use one to pay a bill. I have 2 kids, so each of them have one. I have my 2 parents them on it. Yeah? That is just me alone. I mean, I have no money. So yes, you'll find that money is going in and out of the account because they're for specific purposes, they're for different purposes. And as you said, half of them are joint, and then you have the US account versus the local account. So it's easily, I mean, he's handling money, he's handling businesses. He has several different types of businesses. And he did say those were not active and that is not a true statement of what his situation is. So it's easy for him to have it, but he's saying it was not true.
Go ahead, other soldier. Thank you, niece. Go ahead, other soldier.
Okay. So in my very short time on this world, on this planet, I had 4 bank accounts. One in Nigeria, and that one comes with a savings account. So technically it's 2, but it's 1. In the UK, I have 3, right? And the 3 is, one is for bills, the other one is a checking account, and what's the last one? The last one is basically dormant. It's Nationwide Building Society. Occasionally, you get the odd penny, and you get the email saying you've earned the penny this month, and you know, that kind of thing. Okay, let me temper this. When you have over 5 accounts, not talk of 8, not talk of 28 bank accounts that are in some sort of living existence. Either they've not been touched in the last 4 months, or the last 6 months, or the last 3 weeks, or the last 2 days. There's something dodgy going on, to use British parlance.
So
Allegedly.
Other soldiers. So for example, Jamaica, I could have 3 bank accounts at Jamaica Money Market Brokers. I can have 3 accounts at Jamaica National Building Society. I can have 3 accounts at Victoria Mutual Building Society. I can have 3 accounts at National Commercial Bank. I can have 3 accounts at Bank of Nova Scotia. Right? How much that? 3, 5, 15. It's easy, you know. You can, and it can add up. You can have fixed deposits. Hold on. You can and fixed deposits are accounts as well. I can say, okay, I have some money. Let's say I got $100,000, and I go to the bank and I put that on a fixed deposit. Or I make some more money. I may have a 200,000. I don't want to break that fixed deposit that is there, because if I do, I'm going to be penalized, right? So I leave that first, that initial deposit. I open another one, right? I'm gonna put that there. So me go down the road again, me get some more money. Me no want interfere with them to the books. Me open another one. So it's easy to accumulate. I'm not making excuses.
No, you're not making excuses.
Easy to accumulate several accounts.
I'd just like us to consider something. I was watching a debate yesterday, and the lady in our opening statement said one thing, and I think that is what is operating here. She said, usually when someone makes a statement, they make 2 false statements back to back, like, and you know what the natural human instinct is on? To focus on the first one and forget the second one. Do you know how we got here in terms of the bank accounts? We got here because the Integrity Commission cannot explain to the Integrity Commission how he got a certain amount of money in his bank account. Instead, we're focused on the number of bank accounts he has, not the money in the bank account.
Where it come from? How he get it?
Thank you very much.
That is what should matter. Not he could have 100 bank accounts. That
Thank
is
you.
irrelevant. Quite frankly, it's irrelevant.
Exactly. So if you have money that you cannot account for, and you have an Integrity Commission, and the lady is saying something that is counter to what the board is saying. Normally, in Senate climes, the leader of the board will say, I cannot support the side of my board. I'm the representative, I'm the face of that board. Yes, I am called the chair, but the power resides in the board. How can I tender my resignation? You resign. You don't make a statement on the ongoing matter. You resign. There is nothing coming from you. So when the matter makes a head, people will then ask, did she have an alternative point of view? Then you can let history judge that. But making a statement and the board also then, sort of dancing around whether they support what you said or not is distracting from what the real issue is. The Right Honorable allegedly has some funds, allegedly, in multiple bank accounts, allegedly, which he cannot account for, allegedly. So while we're still on the alleged aspect of everything, could you tell us where the money came from? I yield.
And here's the thing: what he needs, what I will chastise him for is this: because of his position, right? He should have been more precise. He should have been more vigilant, because when you are a public figure, you are a servant of the people. You are questioned. You are scrutinized. He should have made it a point of duty, whether himself, his wife, and his accountant, to see to it that there's proper record keeping, to see to it that he is fully aware of everything. If he has an accountant, he should have sought to it that his accountant goes to every financial institution, right, to let us get an audit of all the accounts he has. He should have been on top of that. That is where I'll knock him for. I don't care how many accounts he wants to have. I don't care how much money he wants having in bank accounts. What is important is the declaration of assets. How did he acquire this fund? No, that is what needs to be scrutinized.
And he provided them with all that information, and they left everything that Adesoji said and what you just said. That is the thing. They provided him. He provided them in the presence of his lawyer. He provided them with all that information. They went away, and he thought that everything was fine. Meeting.
Yes, go on to your meeting. Go on to your meeting. Bye.
Then where
all right, okay. Go ahead, Alex.
where they leave? All right. So if the lady, right, who has to leave the post now, if this was the thinking that she had, that listen, I have been satisfied with the information that the PM forwarded about these alleged accounts. If she was satisfied and the board was saying prosecute, but she said, but I'm satisfied with it, and she moves against the board for that, would we call her corrupt?
Yeah.
Would we say she's compromised?
Yeah. The question, the thing is, how come she has a different opinion from what the board thinks? Yeah.
No, but it could be a thing that the board was just trying to make an example of the PM.
If they want to prosecute the PM, they will still need to bring all the evidence to court. So there's no way they can just base the prosecution on an allegation. They will have found out that, okay, this, he said he got his money one way and we're not quite satisfied with how he got it, or we have contrary information to how the money came about, or the money is a source of illicit activity. They would have to prove that in court. And then the PM, if the PM feels, okay, you don't have a case with me, you will have your day in court. I mean, that's the point of the court system, you know. Innocent until proven guilty. Go to the courts, and normally, once it gets to that point, if you know they have something on you, you will tender your resignation. So, but we've not been allowed to get to that. Instead, what we've now focused on is what the woman said, the number of the bank accounts, rather than the money and the position of the board. We're not even talking about the money now. We're just talking about the number of the bank accounts and what the woman said. That's it.
Yeah. We can look at it in two different ways. And there are different angles that this can be looked at, right? One, it could very well be a situation where the board has been compromised and she's standing 10 toes down because the information she has is accurate. She has done her due diligence and she sees that there is nothing out of line. Everything is as it ought to be. And the board is the one who has a grievance against him and want to take him down. It could also be a situation that she is compromised and the board is correct. But as you said, Adesoji, bring the facts before the powers that be and let them make the determination based on what is submitted. Now, if the board raised questions because they had concerns with regards to his assets as it relates to the bank accounts, and he has furnished all the relevant information, he has proven how he acquired the funds, let it go. And if the funds were acquired in above board fashion, leave it alone. Now, if there are questions, if there are doubts, then you do a deeper dive.
I mean, if say you're driving down the road now and a police officer asks you, where are you coming from? Surely you know where you're coming from, right? And he says, where are you going to? And you hesitate and he has doubts, right? Based on that doubt, is it not reasonable for him to have suspicion? Yes, I can accept what you told me. So accepting what you told me doesn't mean I believe what you said, but I hear you. So it might be that the documents he provided, they got the documents. And so that is one step away from, oh, he never provided any documents. Providing documents doesn't mean you've cleared everything. You might be looking in the documents and say, oh, something is out of kilter. You give me papers. You might give me papers, but the stuff I asked you about is not in there. So, which is why the board still has questions. Well, with the lady, meditating what the board will do and has gone to town to give an alternative point of view, it compromises the board as well. Because now the board can't even make their position known without pointing the fact that there's a level of acrimony within the board that they can't come to terms with. If you can raise questions, why is it that you raise questions and the first answer you get, you're satisfied with? We're talking about money. Are you?
All right, Adesoji. James, I think, check the chat. Tasha said, James, come here. I have a question for you today. And Ja, you have a question. Please go right ahead.
So my question is, am I supposed to remember every deposit that I make?
Yeah.
Am I supposed to remember where this money is coming from? Because I have money in my account that I have no idea really remember where it's coming from and don't even know with the documentation to say it. But I've paid my taxes on it, right? because the bank has supplied me with what I need to show that this money is in the account. So why now you coming and ask me 10 years later where this money is coming from?
Because of the position. You are a public servant. You are a public servant. You operate within a certain scope, right?
Exactly.
If as a public servant, your salary is $100,000, how did you end up with $100 million in net worth?
So wasn't there a woman that they let go in Jamaica because she ended up having a car or something that she never, like, if I'm a public servant today, my money in the past is important to you? Because right now I want to know what year this money is that they're checking.
Yeah, the money you come in contact with is of importance to what's it called? It's important. It's public interest. Why?
After the fact, though.
It doesn't matter, Ja. It does not matter. As long as you're a public official. So hold on, Adesoji, hold on. If I decide to get into politics, right? What's up, Lanky? Come on up. If I decide to get into politics in Jamaica, I'm going in with a certain net worth. I'm going in with certain assets. I have to declare how I came by these assets. I have to declare how me come by the car, me come by the house, me come by the business. Me have to show them. And if everything is above board, there will be zero hesitation. Now, if they look at me and say they question certain things, it is up to me now to go to my accountant and say, hey, I need this, and that. Furnish them with what they need. But if I know I'm stepping into the realm of being a public servant, I also have to be prepared to meet the requisites. I can't go around it.
So in this country, I think we only have to keep between 7 and 10 years of tax records.
7.
Right? So I have money in my account more than 7 to 10 years, but I don't have any records of it anymore. Now what?
No, normally there's a cutoff period as to what's so reasonably it's in the UK is 6 years. In the UK is 6 years. So, and the reason for doing it is this: when you come into public office, the interest you look after now is not just people who supported you, it's of everyone. So the last thing they want is a system where you're funneling, or let's not use that term, you are channeling public resources to your favorites, to the detriment of everyone else, or you're enriching yourself. Worse still, if you came in broke, and you mentioned 100 from I think it was Moments who said you came in with 100,000, now you're 100 million, right? If you came in broke, and all of a sudden you attain eye-watering wealth, you know, as they would say, FU money. You.
But I understand that aspect because
hold on, John. Let him finish. John. Let him finish. And after Adesoji is Lanky.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So and you do all of that. The point is the integrity, which is what this organization is trying to do, is to make sure that everybody who looks at public officials have confidence in the system. Anything that makes them doubt it is what also brings down the system. Because when people start questioning who is there, like, politicians, they're all the same, we don't trust them anymore. That's it. That's the democracy gone. So that's why they're asking this gentleman now to account for what he claims to be his. No one is doubting that they're his, but it's just that how did you get it? You're still a public official, so you owe us an explanation. Are you?
All right, thank you, Adesoji. Go ahead, Lanky. Welcome to the stage, Lanky. By the way, tomorrow, what you do tomorrow, Lanky? Now?
Tomorrow, so I'll be going on vacation on Saturday. So tomorrow will be my last day. So probably tying up a couple of loose ends. When you say afternoon, like what time specifically do you mean?
In the evening, man, because we have like a party in the evening, right? Just so we did a DJ.
Give me a time.
No, let me know what is your availability on a Friday evening. Say 6 p.m. Our time is what time down there now? You're hour behind.
No, I'm in Florida,
Oh,
so
so I'm
yeah,
feeling up like this.
I've been in Florida all this time, man.
I'm taking it down to Jamaica. Lord of mercy. We need to link up. We need to link up.
I know one of the Jamaicans about their foreign way make people know some of that. Right? That's why. Yeah. But yeah, as of now, still. But let me say 7 tomorrow should be all right.
All
Let
right,
me say
cool.
7.
Yeah, man. Roll through. Roll through. Thank you. All right. On with it. On with it.
I'm kind of joining late. Still, so I don't know the
All
fullness
right.
of
So
the
let me
discussion.
bring you up to
But
speed. Let me bring you up to speed. So the article at hand is Prince Kamiko is out as Director of Corruption Prosecution at the Integrity Commission. And one part of the article says that she presided over the high-profile decision not to charge Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness following 2 recommendations from the Commission's Director of Investigations, Kevon Stevenson, that the head of government be charged in 2 separate matters. On both occasions, Prince Kamiko declined to initiate prosecution proceedings, finding there was no case in law for Holness to answer.
okay, so basically, like my take on the whole thing, not just that article. Let's say, like everybody knows, you're gonna call him here, but nobody knew of him, doing any sort of business, owning any companies before. So I heard you say, like, public servants, public officials, government, prime ministers, we all know that's public knowledge, their salaries, year on top of year and stuff like that. So just like I heard a couple of people say, like, you come about this huge sum of money, right? And we don't know if you having a law firm before or you have a construction company before. If you had those things, I mean, I think there would be less questions because there is a legitimate avenue where people might say, okay, but he's a businessman, he owns multiple businesses, but you just finish college, you just get into politics as a young man, and you have this whole heap of things where you can't get account how you get them. And then, even if you invested in whatever real estate, however, whatever investment company you put your money in, they do audits every year. Like I work in finance and accounting, so every year there's an audit, and you would have, if it's either a monthly statement, you would have monthly, quarterly, yearly statements to show that, listen, this is where all my money is coming from. And in Jamaica, I always say, if you try go around the thing, people are gonna have a whole heap of questions, and that's my personal issue. And too much thing having to do with. I'm not a politician. I don't do politics. I have no green or red, like me neutral.
Right.
It's for the better of my country. You get me? And when you look at, just as an example, someone is in let's say the education sector, and there's 100 million unaccounted for, and then you would take that person and you move them to the health sector. What's the sense?
Mm-hmm.
The whole everything will happen at the education sector just it's like it just sweep under the rug. No accountability. We don't hear any investigation. We don't hear what happened to it. It just disappear after a time. And it seems as if like nobody is supposed to ask any questions. We can't get any answers. It's just crazy to me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You get me?
Yep. Thank you, Lenky. Thank you for that. Ja. Where's Ja?
Yes.
The mic
Yes.
is over to. Oh, I thought you had something to say.
No,
Oh.
I mean, like I said in the chat, I understand for him having to account for money after he has acquired that position, but anything that came prior to that, if it's within that certain period, like for me now, if I wanted to go into politics, half of the money in my account, I couldn't tell where I got it from. But anything that come afterwards, because of course they knew what his income was and what was in his account prior to getting that position. So I understand that. But anything after, yeah, he should be able to show that. So I'm not negating that.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Any other perspectives on this one?
Yeah,
Hey James.
yeah,
Morning,
morning.
James.
Yeah, the system, it's not on because the prime minister make it seem like they might drag him or something like that. But I have a friend that work in government, right? And it's not like any top position. And she said she has been through some like what the prime minister described like is nothing compared what she went through. To if certain documents is missing, them grill her like crazy, and she's not making the millions of dollars that the politicians are making. So government workers have to prove their salary also. And what you made before the position, before you go in office is not, they don't factor in as much as they factor what you make while you're in the position. So yeah, that is not of much importance what you came in with, but is what you acquire after. It's like a prenup, right? Like, yeah, no, it's like a prenup. So, so whatever you come in with, that is yours. But make sure that whatever you acquire after is legitimate, and that is the whole thing of it. So I don't think it's wrong to question, and everybody know that he went in. It's not like what's his name? What's his name? The opposition leader.
Goldie.
The opposition leader is different. Him enter politics with a bag of money. So, but what's his name? Enter politics as a young man, just coming out of university. So it's different.
He made strategic investment decisions.
Show it.
And how I look at it, Lanky, if me are going at the position there, I'm not even gonna wait for you to ask me. I'm gonna declare everything so that nothing is scrutinized, nothing is questioned. If I'm coming in with $100,000, this is what I'm coming in with. This is how I got it. If I'm coming in with $10 million, this is how I got it. This is how I acquired it. No questions asked, and we keep moving.
Exactly, and like what I get. Listen, if the normal person, don't have the responsibilities as he, the prime minister, so we can't expect the same level of scrutiny from me as what you would expect from him, because he's the one who is in charge of the country. People are gonna have questions. That's how we get confidence. That's how we put the confidence in you. If you can say, listen, this happened and here's the backup, here's documents, like that way we are confident. But when everything just gets swept under the rug and like no questions are answered, is almost you feel like you're untouchable. Like that's a big joke thing.
Yeah.
You get?
Absolutely.
Yeah, what make it bad too is the history, right? Allegedly, there was some apartment building that there was some tax that wasn't paid, some property tax for like some 5 years or something like so. And when that young lady reached out, like she did some under private investigation thing about it, and people were saying, "Be careful what you're doing." Like I remember that incident, and his thing was like he forgot it, and I'm like, wow, like anybody in the room has ever forgotten property tax?
Hell no.
Your house?
No,
Yeah.
serious something, James. I know.
Your house much as an apartment building?
One at a time. Go ahead, James. Sorry.
Like me have one little piece of house here, and me never forget the property tax for the house, much less an apartment, thing. So, that must be some, I don't know. Starting from there, that was like 10 years ago. So there's history there.
Thank you, James. Go ahead, Alexia.
I tell James to make about 10-year property tax.
If I ever touch down a yard,
no, I know that. What they got touchy?
If I touch down on the
right.
rock, hold on. If I touch down on the rock and I go to the tax office and I shell out the money for that, see you.
No. All when you pay for your 10 year, you can't touch it, cause guess what? Eh?
Alexa?
No, because no, you know, enough people think say it is that easy to acquire land in that way. It's no joke. People feel it is possible, you know. It is very possible because people have done it, but not just for that. I mean, I have my land title. You're crazy.
That means nothing.
But if someone, yeah, if someone is living, if someone goes to that property and either just do a little wire fence around it and pay those property taxes, believe me, I'm not asking you, I'm telling you.
They
Alexia.
They have to advertise. Listen, they have to gazette their interest in the land. It has to be advertised. And if hold on, you know, listen, me I tell you about something that I've seen happen. People went and they squatted on the land, clean it down, and a board house then put up on something. Found out property tax, paid it and something. I was on it. For Kowis about, I'm not gonna say 20 years, but it was over 10. Even have pitney and something. And the owner for the land finally showed up and said, no, this can't work. Because to where the land was, it was in a semi-residential area, right? And they went to court. And you know what, the judge asked one question: did you gazette it? Did you advertise your interest in the land? Did you put it out in the like newspaper or whatever, searching for the owner for the land? Because I think you have to give it a certain amount of time. They did not.
Was it?
I'm going to say when I was told it was probably more than 5, going on 6-7 years when that happened. We don't say rules and laws are changing.
Because I just less than a month ago. Less than a month ago, let me tell you. You see, once you get someone from, don't quote me, but for now I'm gonna say the land agency. But it's one of those institutions, like those government institutions. Once you get them to come and look at the property and they see that you have done some sort of, just like I said earlier, you know, you either put a little wire fence or clear it out or something like that. Once that government official, let's say a survey, someone from one of those institutions come and see that, and they take their report back, believe me, it's gone. And I know this because I spoke to someone who were gonna do some work for them not even a month ago. Believe me. So I'm not saying what you're saying is wrong, but you know, over time, you know, just like you said, like things change, laws change, and all that. So believe me.
Here's the thing. Lengthy. There's a thing called adverse possession. Look into it. Do not stand 10 toes down feeling you can lose that land, especially if you have defaulted for a period of, I think it's up like 7 to 12 years. I think it's 12 years. Don't quote me. But if you have defaulted on that land and somebody else has paid the taxes, has been paying the taxes, they can challenge that and they can acquire the title for that land. It happens. It has happened. You know? Yeah. All right. So thank you, Lenky. Thank you, James. Thank you, Judd. Thank you, Alexia. Morning, Mr. President. And we are gonna keep it moving. So did she do the right thing? Did she do the wrong thing? We don't know. The truth of the matter is that we don't have all the facts. And again, it can be a double-edged sword. We can look at it. Thank you so much, Lenky. We can look at it from both sides, different angles, depending on the information that she has. Now, let it be stated, let it be known. She was not forced out of the position. Her contract ended. It is, however, understood that she was specifically told not to reapply. But let it be known, her contract came to an end. All right, let's get that clear, because it is being rumored that she was forced out. That not go so. Not go so. All right, let's keep it moving. This next article is of grave concern, and I must say, trigger warning. An increasing number of children have featured prominently in major crimes in the country over the last 5 years. These include unaliving, rape, and grievous sexual assault. That's according to data from the Jamaica Constabulary Force, which outlines the number of children aged, and listen to this, buckle up for this, 13 to 17 who were arrested for these crimes from 2020 to 2024. We have more in this report from Shalois Michael.
The data was revealed by Executive Director of Jamaicans for Justice, Michael Jackson, during the JFJ-produced show Let's Talk Justice, which aired on Nationwide 90 FM on Monday. Nationwide News obtained a copy of the statistics. It revealed that 105 minors were arrested for rape from 2020 to 2024. 5 were arrested in 2020, 7 in 2021, and 11 in 2022. However, the figure ballooned to 39 in 2023 and then 43 in 2024. Of the combined total, 30 of the children arrested for rape were aged 13 to 15. The disturbing pattern was also observed for incidents of grievous sexual assault. 121 minors were arrested in relation to grievous sexual assault over the 5-year period. 3 were nabbed in 2020, 11 in 2021, and 29 in 2022. Between 2023 and 2024, the police arrested 78 children in relation to sexual assault incidents. Of that figure, 14 of those arrested were 14-year-olds. On the matter of murder, 18 children have been arrested since 2021. One 16-year-old was arrested in 2021 and another in 2022. By 2023, 4 were arrested. The figure jumped to 10 in 2024, 5 of whom were aged 13 and 15. In reacting to the figures, children's advocate Diana Gordon Harrison has called for early intervention strategies to tackle underlying factors that could lead to children committing such serious crimes.
I think the statistics highlight the need for the early intervention and also the need to ensure that we are what I like to call upending or right-ending these children who we have some concern about. So we need to be looking at intervention at the early stage. And for me, what I'd like to put on the table is not just the parent education and the education for, members of the community and the typical, sexual and reproductive health education, but more importantly, character education.
Shalois Michael for Nationwide News.
Troubling numbers. Troubling numbers. Based on what came to the forefront, I think it was last week, the 6-year-old, the 6-year-old by the 11-year-old, and them saying that the 11-year-old is too young to know what them doing. Pretty much that's what I'm saying. If a 13-year, if they're being arrested at 13 years old, it means the behavior started before them turned 13. Go ahead, Ja.
And I was just going to say that this story right here goes against what we just spoke about, because they did not say anything about intervention that I remember for that young man. It was basically he was too young to understand what he was doing, even though he admitted to doing it more than once. So what's the real story here?
Hold on.
How do they really plan to change this mentality in children if you're ignoring it at a younger age?
Hold the parents accountable. Parents are not parenting. Let us be honest. The parents are not doing their job. And it has nothing to do with the age of a parent. Parents are not giving 2 shillings about their children. Sorry.
You know, that could have been said of parents when I grew up, because I was a latchkey person or a latchkey child, whatever you want to call me. A lot of people could have said that about my parents. So what's the difference from then until now, except for we have a lot of things that distract us. We have a lot of electronics that is teaching us more so than us having verbal conversations. Back then, so I was a latchkey kid and I got in a lot of trouble. Let me just say that. And I didn't have even a tenth of the distractions that the children have now. So can we even just blame the parents though?
Parents not
I'm saying society.
I'm blaming the parents. Everything starts at home. It's what you allow. It is what you allow, what you accommodate, whether it's good or bad. Everything starts at home. You learn good manners at home before you go out there. Yes, you may not have learned proper manners at home, and then when you get into the school, you learn it. But everything starts at home. What we know starts at home.
Alexia, if you're asking me about the latchkey, that was back then when your parents was working and you basically had to do everything on your own until they came home at night. From morning to night, you were basically in and out. You had a key. Parents would put a key around your neck or tie a key to your shirt or whatever. And they probably left before you even got up to go to school in the morning. So you had to make yourself breakfast. I had to make breakfast sometimes. Sometimes my mother had already made the breakfast, but I had to get myself and my sisters, one to school, one to daycare, myself to school. By the time my mother,
and that's not a responsibility your mother should have put on you. Then that's why I said starts at home. As tough as it sounds, we as parents have to step back and see, have we done right by our children? Did we set them up to fail? Did we set them up to success? Did we leave them in situations? Did our actions open them up to certain things happening to them? As hard as it sounds, we have to check ourselves as parents. Everything starts at home. A parent makes a decision. Yes, you know, I came across a video on TikTok with a certain content creator, a TikToker out of Jamaica. And let me see if I can find it. Hold on. And I was a little disturbed. I found it a little troubling, but this is how a lot of parents think. They make the excuse, or I shouldn't say an excuse, they make the reason for not being involved or being absent because they need to provide. And I understand that. At the end of the day, it's still a choice that we make. And the choices we make can either negatively impact our children or positively impact our children. Right? We do the best that we can. I get it. But everything starts at home. These children nowadays have too much access and accessibility. And I know I am going to come across sounding away, but I will say this unapologetically. In my opinion, I think Jamaica as a whole started a downward trend with the introduction of cable. Once cable was now a part of our lives in Jamaica, we were hearing about some gruesome activities. Things that you only see in a movie. Things that you only saw on TV. See, after, so satellite dishes were allowed in, 5G, 6G, 7G, 8G, 9G, 10G, 11G, 12G, 13G, 14G, 15G, 16G, 17G, 18G, 19G, 20G, 21G, 22G, 23G, 24G, 25G, 26G, 27G, 28G, 29G, 30G, 31G, 32G, 33G, 34G, 35G, 36G, 37G, 38G, 39G, 40G, 41G, 42G, 43G, 44G, 45G, 46G, 47G, 48G, 49G, 50G, 51G, 52G, 53G, 54G, 55G, 56G, 57G, 58G, 59G, 60G, 61G, 62G, 63G, 64G, 65G, 66G, 67G, 68G, 69G, 70G, 71G, 72G, 73G, 74G, 75G, 76G, 77G, 78 We never see people are galang with themselves. But then folks decided to use their satellite dishes to start a cable business. And nothing wrong with that. You want to make everybody have access. But with that came a lot of irresponsibility by those who were able to afford access to cable. Parents used to parent their children more. I want to believe. And yes, we talk about the village a lot. We talk about the village a lot here. 2025, children come out the womb and they already know how to operate a cell phone, a tablet, anything you put in front of them, any electronic device, they know how to operate. Are we as parents putting parameters in place? Are we doing that? Or we just let them have their way? Children in 2025, do they have 24-hour access to technology? Yes, they do. Are we controlling what they have access to based on their age? We're probably not doing a good enough job of it. I can only speak about me and my house. Right? My husband and I, when our children were younger, one computer. One computer. Monday to Thursday, they could only use the computer to do homework if they have to do research. Nothing else. Strictly. Never play that. On weekends, we give them a little thing to play a little game, 2 hours. That's it. Get off. Where was the computer? At a central spot in the home. Positioned in a way that wherever we were, we could see what they were doing. Children come home from school, me go through the bag. I went through their bags. Everybody bag I get searched. Number one reason, you look for the homework. And you're looking for any notices that may have come home. Privacy, privacy where? No room door now locking ya. Room door stay open. I have access. I'm your parent. I need to know what's going on. Am I saying that I have a handle on everything? No, I'm not saying that. But I made sure that I was present and I was involved as much as I could be. During the week, when homework done, galang out the door, go run up and down, burn off some energy. You know what they were allowed to watch? And I guess it was the same thing for me when I was growing up. You could only watch what you call it, Wheel of Fortune, and what the other one that used to come on after Jeopardy?
Jeopardy.
Right. That was the journey. You control what your children have access to. Not care what is going on in the world. Not care what is on social media. You need to take control of your children. I'm not put the blame on society. I'm starting the blame with the parents. You could have worked 24 hours. How involved are you in your child's life? Do you know where your children are? Do you know where your children are?
There used to be a commercial. Do you remember that commercial? A commercial used to come on when I was younger. It's 7 o'clock. Do you know where your children are? Or something to that effect. I'm dead serious. I go to look on the internet, see if I can find. They got to have that in the archive somewhere.
Please. Why is a 13-year-old on the road in the middle of this week when they have school the next morning? They're not with their parents. Them out there with their friend. 13-year-old at 2 o'clock in the morning. Where your daughter? We see it on the news down here. What is your 13? Do you know where your 13-year-old is? What is a 12-year-old doing out on the road them time and they're not with their parents?
Girl, I found it. It's 10 p.m. Do you know where your children are? I got to send that to you, girl. I remember.
We need to be more involved. I'm not saying we're going to get it perfect. No, I'm not saying it at all. But as parents, we're making way too many excuses. And we're quick to shift the blame before we look within to see what changes we need to make. We cannot rely on the church to do it for us. We can't rely on our neighbor to do it for us. We can't rely on the school to do it for us. We can't rely on external forces to do it for us. Then what is our responsibility? Just to pop them out and that's it? And then the other thing that parents have to do is learn to be receptive when it comes to feedback. And you have to sift through the feedback. And someone to know on a pitney, but to not defend the pitney around them same way. It starts with a pencil. If me check my pitney them bag and one pencil in the one me know I never me give to them, carry back or dash it away. Do not bring anything into the house that I did not give to you. You have to be able to tell me where you get it from, how you came by this. We had an incident in the news last year. Was it last year? Where the child's aunt or godmother bought them a bento box, which was a little pricey, gave their niece or their goddaughter a bento box as a gift. The child took the bento box with the child's name in it, took the bento box, which is lunch pan, took it to school. Another child decides that she wants it, take it up, take it home. The mother said the lunchbox no belong to her pitney because the pitney name big and bold. Number one, I never you buy it for the pitney. And proceeds, instead of saying to the child, take this back. I did not give this to you. You know what she do? She pack her pitney lunch in the box of the pitney thief, can't come home. So she condones it. And when you start it at a young age, you're cementing the idea that it's okay to do as you please. It starts at home. Because if my child brought home a box, a lunch pan that I know I did not give the child, name writing at it, it is going back to school. If I'm have to care myself, I'm taking it to the school. My child brought this home. But no, we don't do that. We keep up with the foolishness. It starts with the little things.
Moments. Remember one time, my daughter in a grade 10 and come home with one boom box from boarding. Me say, I hope for this. I'm a bunkmate, lend me say, I beg pardon? Get your bunkmate on the phone. So mommy, you really think me that steal? No, me say, me not think you're thief, but me just want sure say the girl did say yes. Me want hear she say yes to me own ears, because me don't want them go say you went TV. And when the girl come on the phone, she say, yes, I'm healing her for the weekend. Me say, oh, me just want to know. She said, but Anissa not thief. I'm healing her. Me say, miss, me want hear with my own ears. Thank you. Have a good night. Yes, we have to hold them accountable. We have to. Because moment sometimes it's not even then take it, A friend will give it to them, and then cry foul at the end of the day, It's a real thing, All right.
Parents need to start parenting. Parents need to start. Oh, I found the video. I must warn you, the language, there are a couple words here that I have to warn you about. AT says here, times were a bit different, Ja. We had a bit more consequences before the courts moved in on our lives. I also raised my siblings. I want to say, AT, you're right on that, because the fear that parents instilled in their children back then, and the same fear now. We're onto soft parenting. What about side is soft parenting? What is soft parenting? What is soft parenting? And I'm not saying you have to you have to slap your child or beat your child. No, but you have to teach your children from early that there are consequences for their actions. If them not hear them, I go feel. I'm going to remove certain privileges from you. And you have to start teaching that from an early age, before them even turn 4. The child at 2 years old and do something that is inappropriate, that goes against your rules, you put them in timeout, whatever. You withhold something from them. And depending on the age will determine the length of time that the punishment lasts for, because it can lose its effectiveness. And when you take them out of timeout, you have a conversation with them to see if they understand how it led to that. Soft parenting. Okay, I find the video myself. Warning, trigger warning. Listen to.
It's a parent teacher meeting Jakes a go. Our father can represent her because mother busy. I say, me still there at town and work out when they be the same procedure. Me not have no time for them because me have to look money. Big old girl. I'm sure I tell Shanta that, but she'll grow. She's smart enough for grow to understand. Me not have that. I will never have time for you, girlfriend. Me not tell you, brother, you know. Me not have no time for you, brother, because me have to look money. You never hear she tell me about the whole our book them. And I just one language art book our father the Bible there, and him can't find the social study book. Me not have no time for you, we may do so. Me not have time for you. Me have to come look money. What time me have no time? If me not do a regular 95 when me are clocking pound shifts, you can't see me. Where am I that today I work? But can't make no time I have to look it. I can't make no time. No, I have to look it. I have to look it. I can't make no time. When the time, I can't make no time. Me have to look it. But I have to look it. Now that's what I say. I don't promise I can make any time. I have to look it. Yeah.
She's not the only one who looks at life that way. They have to look it. They don't have time for their children because they have to do it. They have to look it so them can buy the Air Jordans. Them have to look it so them can give them this. Them have to look it so them can give them that. Giving them wants and not needs. Them have to look it. Morning, Darian. Them have to look it. Those are the excuses. Them have to look it. How often is a parent-teachers meeting? If a parent reaches out to you, check your accrued time. And there are some bosses who will give you the time. There's some. And if you have the time, if you have the sick time, if you have the PTO time, if you have the vacation time, take the time to go and meet with the person who is taking care of your child. That is why I say Everything starts at home. The decisions we make as parents will have consequences, good or bad. Mhm. You have to look it. She had to look it to put on a birthday party to which no one showed up, but she don't have the time to go to the child's school to meet with a teacher who is influential in this child's life. Why? How? Because the child is in the care of this teacher for how many hours? Is that your excuse, parents? You have to look it that you ignore what is going on with your children. And then when we lose them in the system, we wonder why, and we want to blame everything and everybody but ourselves. Yes, I've heard it. Oh, you can talk. Yeah, it has been said to me. Oh, you can talk because you never feel it yet. You never this, you know that, you know what's it not. Oh, I've heard it all. I've heard it all. Here in the US, the, what was afforded me back home was not afforded me here in the US. But one thing I know I wasn't going to do was lose my children. Am I perfect? Far from it. Did I do an excellent job? Probably not. Are there things I would change? Absolutely. Probably I was a little overbearing. I don't know, because me fast, me wine, everything. You set the standard from an early age with your children. Some people are too loose and lax with their children. Watch the language you use around your children. Them are listen. They're listening. They're listening. They're observing. Men, if you're taking your very young children around a bunch of women, especially your boys, you're teaching them. You don't have to tell them. They must observe from a very early age. Oh, so this is how it is. The gallus behavior. And then I go back home to mommy. And mommy don't know what's going on out here. They're watching and they're learning. Mothers, when you have 10 uncles come through the house, and that's the term they give them, right? Uncle. 10 uncles come through the house because you have to pay the bills. Your daughters are watching and they're learning and they're thinking that is how it goes. When you carry a picture them pana ends to commit your crimes, thinking that they're too young to understand, they're watching and they're learning. Don't talk about Lord over there, learn this from her. Where they get this from her? Who are you? Looking at the mirror. So you go. We have to do better as parents. Look within ourselves, see what changes we need to make so that our children don't become a menace to society. What are we opening them up to? What type of language are we using with them? What kind of conversations are we having with them? Do they hear us 24/7 a fast na people business? Do they hear us 24/7 a chat people and a cuss out people and a drag people and a carry on with the worst behavior? Are we exposing them to uplifting things that will allow them to think positively? What are we feeding our children? And I'm not talking about food. I'm talking what are we feeding their minds with? And then we want to say government to fix it. Well, I think the government need to fix the parents first. I think that's I mean, you can't ask a broken person to fix something. I think we have to fix the parents. Some parents have them join this conversation. Absolutely. We have to fix the parents. I think an intervention needs to happen with the parents. Do they have parenting classes in school? If not, put them in. Because we might as well. Start it from from grade 6. Yeah, I'm saying it, grade 6. Teach them how to be responsible. How to act age appropriate. Even before that, yeah, you're right, Jeff. So we have to start in the schools to teach the children who are going to be parents one day how to be good parents. I think we can start there.
So in the story that you read, they mentioned having parenting classes, right? I think. So that should be, hopefully, they will abide by that for every case that has happened, the child and the parent.
If the child is below a certain age, as far as the law is concerned, to be held accountable for their actions, well, we'll hold the parents accountable then. We have to get aggressive. We have to get aggressive. Imagine, you look at the numbers. 105 children between the ages of 13 and 17 arrested for taking advantage of somebody. Five arrested in 2020, 7 in 2021, 11 in 2022, and the figure ballooned in 2023 to 39 and then 43 in 2024. Is that what we're teaching our children? The men that are around these young boys, what are you teaching these young boys? What are you teaching them? Are you teaching them that it's okay to infringe on one's rights? Are you teaching them not to understand what no means? That no means no? Is that what you're teaching them? You see a girl, you want to get a take a girl. Is that what you're teaching them? Of the combined total, 30 of those children that were arrested for GRAPE, 13 to 15. I may tell you, say, the behavior started before them turned 13. But because of the laws, they cannot hold them accountable, hold the parents accountable. Grievous, I say, grievous. Remember, then if it stays unchecked, what will happen when them turn 20 and 21? And God forbid they run up on the wrong girl pitney whose parents don't play, who will take matters into their own hand. What happens? Mama go put her hand on her head and ball and say, boy, Johnny was a good boy. Johnny never hurt nobody. Parents, listen to me. You see, when people approach you to talk to you about the conduct of your children, how your children are behaving, don't be so quick to tell them, you can't tell me how to raise my pitney. You can't talk to me about my pitney. Not this my pitney, not that my pitney. That is a part of the problem too. And I'm not saying that everyone means well. I'm not saying that either. But sometimes we need to stop and listen. Just listen. Don't react. Listen. Don't be so quick to get all defensive. Listen. Process. Between 2023 and 2024, police arrested 78 children for SA incidents. 14 of them were 14-year-olds. On the matter of unaliving, 18 have been arrested since 2021. 10 of them in 2024 were between the ages of 13 and 15. Amber Group enters ride-hailing market with enhanced security offerings. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio. Tech magnate and CEO of the Amber Group, Dushyant Savadia, is attempting to shake up the ride-hailing service in Jamaica through its new Amber On Time app. Mr. Savadia says the app comes with the safety and security of passengers as its core feature by offering a real-time armed response support provided by Hawkeye Security during life-threatening emergencies. Let's take a listen.
We're very proud to launch the Amber On Time app now, which is live on the Apple Store and Android stores. Both the apps give phenomenal amount of immediate services to the customers. But most importantly, what we've done very differently than the rest of the industry is we have now attached panic button armed response to all our customers. So, for example, if you're traveling in one of our vehicles and you feel threatened by the driver or external, you can hit the panic button and the panic button will immediately connect to Hawkeye Security and they would dispatch armed response for your protection straight away. So this has never happened in the Caribbean ever, have an armed response service for panic button for customers.
The Amber CEO also says all Amber vehicles are fully tracked with real-time GPS, allowing passengers to share trip details with friends or family. All drivers also undergo a comprehensive background check and professional vetting. Mr. Savadia also emphasized the local nature of the app, meaning all revenue go to the benefit of the country. He says Amber On Time also comes with added benefits for drivers, including a flat weekly fee rather than the percentage-based system used by competing services.
Amber On Time Have Plus, it's a localized application. It is designed for Jamaica and absolutely keeping the security and safety of our citizens as a priority and also continuously making it more affordable. And also for the drivers as well. Remember, all the drivers with other providers have to pay an exorbitant percentage fee for every single ride versus what we did. We minimized it down to a fixed monthly fee, which is very affordable. So the driver gets to keep most of the earnings. That also means that we are not shipping out all the income of the business outside of the country, but it stays in Jamaica and serves the Jamaican people. And that's the whole philosophy behind why we created Amber On Time.
That was Dushyant Savadia, CEO of the Amber Group. Amber On Time is offering a $250 discount on the first ride booked through the app during March and April, making it the ideal time for Jamaicans to switch to a safer, more reliable platform. How we feel about that? Aha.
I like the idea for fixed fee. Morning. I like the idea for fixed fee. That's genius. That means you'll attract most of the drivers and so on. And once you have a good platform, it will be good. I think it's also good for that model is also good for Jamaica. Because most of the models they sometimes exploit the drivers, they take all the profit and go with it. So even if most of the money is going back to the drivers, that's good. And that's good for the Jamaican economy and everything. The money stays. It's not expatriated. I think that's a really good idea. If it's implemented properly.
And I believe it is. I definitely believe it will be. I like it. And I hope that it will be successful. And I would encourage us to use it as much as possible. I encourage our Jamaicans to use it as much as possible. And I hope that eventually certain rideshare apps will pack up and leave Jamaica. That does sound good, right? But it is what it is. Jamaica first. Do they have similar things throughout the Caribbean, or is it just Uber that's throughout the Caribbean? James, you're a traveler of the Caribbean. Your tour. If you can't speak, let me know or put it in the chat. But yeah, it is time we develop something that is Caribbean owned, your country owned, and it is there to serve your people, and the money stays in your island. We talk about that all the time. People come in and make our money and bounce, especially the hotels, right? All right, so all the best to that company, Amber On Time. Look it up. They did say the app is in the Apple Store and the Google Play Store. So go ahead and use the feature. And here's something. If you see that there is an area of opportunity within the app, I'm sure they will be receptive to feedback, because ultimately what you want is a well-oiled machine. Yeah. Okay. Next up.
One
sorry.
minute moment.
Yeah.
Whenever did hear good, is that on time taxi service?
The Amber On Time, it is like Uber.
So it named Amber On Time?
Amber On Time.
So there's a taxi service in Kingston named On Time. There are several taxi services in Kingston. To be honest, over the years they've been there.
Okay, so those taxi service companies offer the safety and security that this one is offering?
Look, a long time. Anybody from Kingston can tell you that they have a lot of taxi services in Kingston, and you have some really above board ones. You get me? So they're a long time. It's just that the international ones like your Uber and so InDrive and so then come and kind of eat up. And the thing is, they're able to offer cheaper rides, those international ones, right? So them kind of, how do you call it now, box the local ones aside a bit. The other day, the whole scandal with Uber or NCB, the whole charging kind of make people lose confidence in a Uber a little bit. You get what I say? But we always had taxi services in especially Kingston.
All right.
I would love for it to spread throughout
So hold
the country.
on. Amber On Time, our mission is to provide safe, efficient, and enjoyable transportation across the island with fully licensed drivers and advanced safety measures. Your journey with us is always in good hands with Amber On Time Taxi. We ensure every journey is secure and stress-free, whether you're commuting, running errands, or exploring. Our efficient service guarantees timely pickups and smooth rides. Travel with confidence. Your safety and satisfaction are our top priorities. So it's going to be island-wide. Now, the taxis you're talking about in Kingston, do they have the app where if there is some distress and they press the app, Hawkeye shows up immediately?
I cannot say that I know of it. We just know some of them have apps. I don't know all the features of that particular one that I'm talking about. I don't know all their features, but I was just saying that it would sound like we don't have taxi services, but we do. It's just that it's always in the corporate area, not so much in other parts of the island. But go ahead.
Yeah, man. So this one is going to be island wide. So and guess what? It doesn't hurt to have options, right? There is no monopoly, and we welcome options, right? We want to have choices. We welcome the opportunity to. I don't like Amber, me like over there, some I like over there, some I like over here, some I like over here, some I like down there, some I like down there, some I like up here. So it's good to have choices, right? And we can choose what suits our needs best as well as our pockets, right? So I like the security feature. Yes, folks, Hawkeye don't play. They do show up on time. They do show up. All right. Next. Any other comments before I move on? All right, here we go. Jamaica sees a 9.5% spike in January remittances driven by U.S. inflows. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. Remittance inflows to Jamaica jumped by 9.5% in January 2025, rising from US $246 million to US $255.5 million, which is approximately 40.02 billion Jamaican dollars. This is according to newly released data. The increase comes as the United States continues to dominate as the primary source, accounting for 69.7% of total inflows. Remittances, which are funds sent by individuals overseas to recipients back home, remain a crucial lifeline for many Jamaican households. These transfers typically support daily living expenses such as food, housing, utility bills, and occasional gifts. Analysts note that increases in remittance inflows often signal heightened financial need among recipients. Despite the January rise, overall annual remittance inflows dipped slightly from US $3.37 billion in 2023 to US $3.36 billion in 2024. However, figures remain well above pre-pandemic levels. Jamaica received US $2.41 billion in remittances in 2019. The all-time high came in 2021 when inflows peaked at US $3.497 billion, and that was during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. With all of this money flowing at Jamaica, clothes and skirt, nobody in Jamaica is supposed to be broke. 3.36 billion in 2024. And all of that all of that can't just go to utility and food, and that's good. That's impressive. The diaspora is doing well. Safe to say. I just want to know that everyone who is in receipt, who is a recipient of remittances, because yes, you do have some folks who go to the various remittance outlets like Clockwork, some weekly, some bi-weekly, some monthly. And because they depend heavily on it, you have some who use it to subsidize their income. You have some who say, them not work. People that are foreign at work, them no need for work. But I just hope the money going to good use. That's all I'm gonna say. Mind my business, and I'm a water. I need a bottle of water beside me. Next up, St. Kitts government revokes citizenship of several foreign nationals on the CBI program. This article comes to us courtesy of loopnews.com. The St. Kitts Nevis government says it has revoked the citizenship of 13 people under their dependence as part of the decisive actions taken to preserve the citizenship by investment program through which foreign investors are granted citizenship of the Twin Island Federation in return for making a significant contribution to the socio-economic development of the country. The CBI program, which is also being undertaken by the governments in St. Lucia, Antigua and Barbuda, Grenada, and Dominica, has come under scrutiny by the United States and European governments, with some claiming that it provides an opportunity for shady characters to obtain foreign passports. In a statement, the government said that together with the Citizenship by Investment Unit, decisive actions have been taken to preserve the integrity and international reputation of the CBI program. It said following a comprehensive investigation by the Ministry of National Security, Immigration and Citizenship, the government has issued the St. Christopher and Nevis Citizenship Deprivation of Citizenship Order 2025, resulting in the revocation of citizenship from 13 individuals and their dependents who were found to have failed to pay the statutory minimum investment required under the CBI program, despite having indicated otherwise in their applications. The investigation stemmed from a review of 158 redacted applications and contracts with 2 international marketing agents linked to suspicious practices. So I have to ask the question, Saint Kitts and Nevis. I thought you had to go through everything before you would grant someone the citizenship. So I can just fill out an application and say, yeah, I have paid and I get the application. I don't have to submit supporting documents. I don't have to submit any proof. Nothing. So it seems as though we have some cracks in the system. The government said it contacted 158 identified individuals, and of these, 32 paid their outstanding investment balance. Okay, so it sounds to me like you can pay down on it. Oh. And I guess after you've paid a certain amount, then you're able to acquire the citizenship. And after the acquisition, then you pay the rest. I saw it go. Fix that. If that is how it is, clean that up. Is that how it is in Grenada? If you're able to speak, Mr. President, is that how it is in Grenada? Interesting. And why is it that this is only being remedied now because of the interference of the United States and European governments? That don't look good at all. That don't look good at all. That you're going to have them telling you to tighten up. And we all know that people within a certain net worth, because of the access of funds, they're able to buy their way through. They are able to buy protections. They're able to buy safekeeping. And that is why we have to be very skeptical here in the US of the $5 million citizenship by investment. What is it? A citizenship or a residence? And what am I get for the $5 million besides the gold card, the plastic gold card? What else? Is it citizenship or residence? I don't remember. I think it's citizenship. Eh? Oh, we go. Herein again lies the importance of due diligence, a thorough investigation, a scouring of persons. Because, yes, people with money who have committed atrocities will come to your country, shell out the money for safekeeping. Don't make the money frighten, no. Don't make the claim to money frighten, no. Treat them as you would anybody else. Having the money does not give them the advantage to bypass certain requirements or to, loosen the reins a little bit, giving them more time to finish. No, sir. One for all and all for one. What is good for the goose must be good for the gander. That's how I look at it. That is how I look at it. All right, next up, let's head on over to Trinidad and Tobago, where temporary housing facility for socially displaced is expected to be open in October of 2025. This article courtesy of loopnews.com. The Ministry of Social Development and Family Services says it is on the brink of bringing to fruition the assessment center and temporary housing facility for the socially displaced. During a tour of the construction site on Wednesday, Minister of Social Development and Family Services, Donna Cox, said the state-of-the-art 5-story facility could hold up to 200 people, including 5 family units. Cox stated that assessment is key in ensuring that temporary housing is offered to those in need. It's a case-by-case basis after the assessment is done. It would be 3 months in the first instance, and if necessary, we will work according to the situation. The facility will offer a range of amenities, including dorms for both male and female clients, as well as a training room, kitchen, dining room, laundry facility, and recreational area. The minister also disclosed that the facility is expected to be completed by October of this year. I'm here for that. Good job. I think every country should have something like this. Across the Caribbean, that is, I'm speaking. If we don't have it, it needs to be there. Case by case, because people do fall on hard times, right? And they just need a little bridge to close the gap as they make the transition from one situation into another. So we welcome it. We just ask that the folks take care of the place. Beg on do please and thank you. Think of the person that's coming behind them. Also, having this provision doesn't mean that you are going to put yourself in a permanent situation. It is temporary. Temporary. So it should give you, allow you to breathe, allow you to be able to think, to have some clarity as you make your next move expeditiously. All right. Good job, Trinidad and Tobago. Last stop in the Caribbean corner, St. Lucia. Time for us to go down to the islands for our lifestyle, travel, and feature segment. So, St. Lucia, according to stluciatimes.com, St. Lucia has been ranked third on Google Flight's list of top trending international destinations for U.S. travelers. The ranking, based on search data for travel between June 1 and August 31, 2025, highlights growing interest in the island among American holiday makers. Reacting to the news in a social media post, Tourism Minister Ernest Hilaire said, "This update from Travel Weekly brings more good news for St. Lucia. Our hard work is paying off, and the island is receiving much deserved recognition." Other Caribbean destinations in the top 10 are Curacao and Aruba. On Google Flights, trending destinations reflect the most popular destinations based on current search activity and user interest, as indicated by the volume of searches for flights to those places. Okay, go with your bad self, St. Lucia. So here's the list. Top trending destinations on Google Flights for trips departing June 1 through October 31. Curacao, Osaka, Japan, St. Lucia, Tokyo, Rio de Janeiro, Sydney, Tel Aviv, Johannesburg, Cairo, and Aruba. All right. I'm sure Geely is feeling real proud of her island of St. Lucia right now. Hey James. Yeah, so golf destination. Go ahead, James. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was saying St. Lucia, I might not want to celebrate too much because America, them give something in one hand and then them take it out in the next hand. So this year you collect the award for the their premier destination. By next year, them slap travel 3 advisory.
Like what in the Barbados.
Yeah.
I remember
So
slapping
careful
on
of them.
Jamaica. Well, guess what? Probably Rubio needs to visit all the islands so that they can have him removed, because clearly they're just slapping advisories with no supporting data, right? Because look at what happened. He went to Jamaica on the way from Washington to Jamaica. Only Jesus can come down and tell me otherwise. On the way to Jamaica, while he was on the plane, he got the data, was confronted, and then was able to reverse course. And then when turned under James, he slapped it on Trinidad.
But the thing is, the Trinidad thing don't even make any sense, because like when you look at even when you look at the ones from Jamaica, right? For over the years, like in terms of Americans getting like robbed or anything in Jamaica, it's like very, very minimal. And the travel advisory, like I understand if you look and you say like, okay, you look at the news and you say, oh, the crime rate is high, but the travel advisory is an indication of your people being armed in that country. It's not about the country, like people in the country arming themselves. So when they put like level 2, level 3 advisory, like I understand level 1, where you say, because every country should be at level 1. Whenever you go somewhere, operate like with common sense, caution, like don't take unmarked vehicles as taxi. That is common sense. Don't wear expensive jewelry. Like even in France, in Paris, they will tell you your pocket will get picked. So that is common sense. But to put travel advisory like level 3, that is unjustified, because it's not like Americans are being kidnapped in Trinidad, So I think they just weaponize it.
I agree. I definitely agree with you. I did see some videos was it on YouTube or was it on TikTok? I'm not quite sure. Where they did talk about the importance of securing your bags, your wallets, your purses when you are going across Europe, because the pickpocketing thing is huge over there. You're going to your bag for your things, them gone. Yeah. But I guess we know, right, James? We know. It's okay to get pickpocketed. All right, that story. Well, congratulations, though, Saint Lucia. Now, worry about if them want come box with no food out of your mouth. Do you think?
Yeah, but in Europe, what are they gonna do? They're gonna blame the immigrants for picking pocket.
Well, we can't catch a break and where we're going. Nowhere at all. All right, folks, time for stories out of Latin America. Las noticias. First up, Nicaragua's crackdown on the Catholic Church is worsening. Exiles and human rights advocates are saying. This article, courtesy of apnews.com. Preparations for popular, often day long Lent and Holy Week processions are underway across Latin America, but not in Nicaragua. They they have been largely banned for a second year. One of many concerns for the faithful in a country that human rights advocates, exiled priests, and the US government say is pursuing one of the world's most flagrant persecutions of religion. The Associated Press spoke with several priests who are in exile in different countries, some after being imprisoned in inhumane conditions in Nicaragua. All requested their names, current locations, and circumstances of departure from the Central American country be withheld for fear of repercussions against their families there. More than 200 religious figures are in exile, making it difficult to hold mass or hear confessions in Nicaragua, especially in small villages. What is the reputation that the Catholic Church has globally? I think we all know. The Catholic Church is synonymous with one particular thing. Wasn't it the Catholic Church that was responsible for the atrocities across the globe? Wasn't it the Catholic Church that was responsible for the separation of families, the removal of children from homes to indoctrinate them in boarding schools? So let us not be quick to say, oh my, oh me, oh my. And whilst I understand that one does not want to have to exist in exile, let us have an honest conversation. Can you, without a shred of doubt, say that your parish did not indulge in any atrocities against children? That's all I want to know. Can you stand 10 toes down on that? Were you taking advantage of anyone in the parish, in particular children, in particular little boys? I know I have said they need to do away with the Catholic system. I know I've said that unapologetically because I'm sick and tired of hearing the negative stories as it relates to children. And I do believe the Catholic Church is the wealthiest religious organization in the world. And yes, I call it an organization. I find it a hypocritical organization. And I mean, forgive me if I hurt your feelings if you're a Catholic, but there needs to be a reconciliation. We have heard the stories from around the world, which leads me to believe that to be a part of the faith, certain things are allowed and certain things are condoned without fear of retribution, without being held accountable. Because of this thing called, is it penance? You're going to the cubicle. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. And then he tells you through the little thing, your sins are forgiven. Yes, we all need to ask for forgiveness of our sins daily. Lord knows me ask throughout the day because my thoughts not right. We do. But when we talk about the priests in the parishes, do they use that as a way to get away with what is condoned? Oh, I'll take advantage and I'll just go ahead and ask for forgiveness because it will be given to me. There'll be no repercussions. I thought the goal was that we try harder each day to move further and further away from the things that have us bound. There must be a reason, a valid reason why they are in exile when we talk about Catholic priests. Sorry. A lot has been condoned by certain religious institutions. A lot. There's some that condone the separation of families. There are certain religious groups that condone illicit trade. There are certain religious groups that condone the pilfering of their flock. Ah, boy, making it difficult to hold mass or hear confessions in Nicaragua. Why do you need to hear their confessions? Why do you have to be the intermediary? Can't they talk to God directly? I can't go to God directly and say, Father, forgive me, for I have sinned. Why do I have to go through a priest who is a human being just like me, who is a sinner just like me, because we're all sinners? Why do I need you? Or it will get to God differently. If I go it now, I get to him, but if you go, we get no, Benjamin, is that me good? Next. Hegseth, US, Panama is saying US. Panama will take back canal from Chinese influence. This article, courtesy of thehill.com. The United States and Panama will work together to take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. That is according to Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth in a statement on Tuesday while standing in front of the vital shipping lane. Hegseth, who was in Panama to meet with its government officials, spoke from a new U.S. financed pier at the Vasco Núñez de Balboa Naval Base, where he said Beijing would not be allowed to weaponize the canal via a commercial presence. The United States of America will not allow communist China. Oops, what happened to this? I'm not sure what happened to this screen here, folks. How it looking? I'm seeing something different. What, tell me what you see on the screen if you can't talk.
On TikTok or YouTube?
On TikTok.
It looks normal.
It don't look normal for me. It is blown up for me. That's weird. I only seen half of my face, then blow it like it blow right up.
So you don't see the other people in the room?
No, I see
on
everybody
stage?
else. I'm talking about me. I am blown up.
Oh,
So I'm only seeing them. It's like
distorted. Yeah.
yeah. Let me see something. Hold on 1 second, folks. Let me see something. If I can, how you do this now? More. Oh, Lord Jesus. Oh, here. I guess this is where I go. It. I don't know. I don't know how to fix this. As long as it look normal for you, I'm okay.
Yes, it's normal.
Okay. All right. Good. Oh, it's annoying. Just this big old face is staring at my face, Jack.
You have a touch screen laptop?
I'm using it's my phone.
Oh, so maybe you just pinch it. Maybe pinch it.
I'm trying that.
Yeah.
Okay, that's that. Now work at all. Then just blow me up. I don't know what I look for.
Mm.
Them looking for, but all right, carry on. All right, so the United States will not allow communist China or any other country to threaten the canal's operation or integrity. He noted that the US and Panama strengthened their defense and security cooperation in recent weeks, and together will take back the Panama Canal from China's influence. So I did not know there was an issue with China. How long has China been in the canal or been a part of the Panama Canal? Because weren't there, wasn't China there with the Belt and Road in Panama with the Belt and Road Initiative? And everything seemed to be okay until January. I don't understand. I don't get it. Hold on, Denise. This thing, okay, it fixed now. So how it go back down now? No, that needs come up. Niece, let me do a test real quick since I brought you up and it fixed back my screen. Go back
Right.
down, niece, and I'm gonna bring it back up. I want to see if you go back down,
Okay.
what it look like, if it changed anything. Okay. Unless somebody on the back end was doing them thing. All right, send back the request, niece. Send back the request. Oh, no, you want me pause for no? How this stop did go again? You want to take my picture? You want a picture? How about this one? Yeah. All right, niece, come true. You're up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that this Belt and Road Initiative has been going on or started from way back in 2015. So they've probably been there, and that's the whole thing. We never, and they're still not talking about it. I don't know if it's a trigger word. They're still not talking about it in key circles. So they've been there quietly doing their expansion and their development in the various countries, but they've been there for a minute.
So when did China start weaponizing the canal? Because a headset is saying that China did not build this canal, China does not operate this canal, and China will not weaponize this canal. Together with Panama in the lead, we will keep the canal secure and available for all nations. But I never heard of a problem before with the canal. As far as I know, everyone has had access to the canal. Ships have been passing through without hindrance, with no interference. So what is this new problem that was never there that is now there?
Because now that they understand what China has been trying to do, they now realize the importance that their sanctions won't work anymore. Because no, that with the BRI, it then gives everyone an opportunity to work around King USA. Yeah, so okay, fine, you want to sanction me? No problem. The countries that are part of the BRI, they're going to stay together. They're going to stand together. And that's why he's trying to use these tariffs to try and pull people to come towards him so that he can negotiate with them to say, okay, fine, you need to stop this so that we can continue moving together.
So the message had a conciliatory tone compared with that of his boss, President Trump, who has vowed to take back the Panama Canal from Panama. So now it's not Panama we're taking it from, China we are taking it from now.
So when as part of China's development, right? Just okay, the highway in Jamaica, and we have a toll, and all that money that is being collected right now, I think as part of the agreement for the first X amount of years, it goes directly to the China company. Right. After that, the money then goes to the government. What is happening is that China, with all their development, rather than go to the IMF for funding to do the development in Africa, all the countries throughout the world, they said, okay, fine, we'll put up funding, partial employment, and equipment, right? Mm-hmm. So they go in with a conditional loan to these countries. And then as a result, if they default on the payments or the commitments or whatever it is, then this is an asset that China now owns until the government buys it back from them. So it may have been that Panama did not follow through on their conditional loan, and as such, China then has full ownership of it until they're able to. I'm speculating. I don't know the full information on it, but I'm just assuming that because of what happened in other countries, including Africa, I'm assuming that this is probably what it is.
Okay. So also, but interestingly enough, Panama has rejected these assertions, pointing to its withdrawal earlier this year of its Belt and Road Initiative agreements with Beijing made in 2017. Trump has not ruled out the use of military force in taking over the canal. And remember, that was reported by NBC News last month that the White House had directed the Pentagon to draw up options to increase the American troop presence in Panama. Trump, in his March 5 congressional address, also claimed that to further enhance our national security, my administration will be reclaiming the canal, and we've already started doing it. But Panama's president, Jose Raul Molino, asserted the canal is and will continue to be Panamanian as it has been since 1999. All right, I'm confused. Panama is saying one thing, Hegseth is saying something else. So what is really going on?
Second, is just trying to manufacture consent. That is what it is. Since 1999 or when America gave up the stewardship of the canal after the whatever agreement was up, it has been under the full control of the Panama government. The Panama Canal is the sovereign asset of the people of Panama. This is not America or to take back from China. China never owned the Panama Canal.
Exactly.
Yes, they probably had some influence with whatever deals or stuff like that, maybe. And if the Chinese make a deal with even a loan per se, and they said, okay, the condition of the loan is that we manage it for a certain time to secure our investment. So these are normal arrangements that is made, but I don't even think they have an arrangement like that with Panama. So what Hegseth is trying to do is to try to make you feel like somehow the Panama Canal is some kind of joint ownership or the US have some stake. No, it belongs to the Panama people. This is just trying to manufacture consent. It is just ridiculous, in my opinion.
That's what
I don't see it like that because the US never owned it.
Exactly.
They don't own it. And they don't even manage it. Panama has been managing the canal.
Yep.
So correct me if I'm wrong. This is just, and if you look at how the article is written, that article is just written the way the Western press write articles. Another thing again too, in the US, you always have to have a boogeyman. So it's either the Mexicans climbing the wall, it's either the communism coming to take over, it's the Muslim trying to blow you up. So you always have, and
to
the new
unalive you.
sorry, and the new villain is China.
This is
So
crazy.
you would see everything coming against China. The same way Zelensky now is saying that they find Chinese fighting the war for Russians. I doubt that.
Coming up.
You see, so you would see more and more of these kind of stories because they would go on a media campaign to try to further discredit China because they see China as a major threat currently. And next 4 years, it will be somebody else. But people like Hegseth should learn to do their job properly and just stop this nonsense.
I agree. Mr. President, go ahead, Dr. Leslie. I agree wholeheartedly. Go ahead, Dr. Leslie.
I just want to say I love how Jamaican are roll their R. I'm like, yeah, boy, you speaking more Spanish than the Spanish, baby.
I didn't have a choice, Dr. Leslie. Didn't have a choice.
I know you're right there in the people place. But I call that, Mr. President, bullfaceness. That is what's happening there with America. They have no business. And next thing you know where they're going to go, they're going to get over to Guyana because there's oil. They are going where it's a money grab for them. As far as I see it, it's a money grab. It's been a money grab. Now they're controlling things in Venezuela where oil is concerned. You see? So this is a money grab and it's bullfaceness. I mean, from money grabbing the Gaza Strip to money grab and everything else. This is just so, it's so ridiculous, huh?
The Panama, it is beyond ridiculous. The Panama Canal is the world's second busiest interoceanic shipping lane. It is vital to U.S. container traffic, with roughly $270 billion worth of goods passing through the waterway annually. What I see happening here is the U.S. wants to be able to use the canal free of cost, FOC. They don't feel that their business should have to pay to use the canal. That's what it is. We want control, and we are going to get it one way or another by force. Come on, we don't need to do this. China was there peacefully handling their business. Them never one day said the ships bound for the US can't come through. They never said that. But you know what? Want all, lose all. Guess what? China is already, I think, working with
Mexico.
Mexico.
And
Yes.
Peru. They have the biggest port in South America and Peru.
Okay. So you know, remember they hold over 800 how much dollars worth of thing the bonds, US bonds. We owe them how much money? Ross Fraser, thank you so much. And thank you for blessing the panel. Thank you, thank you, thank you for coming through. Listen, we need to move away from this bully tactic. I don't know. It's like we're American bulldogs. Oh. A little DMX, they're playing up DMX up there in Washington. They get up every morning and turn on DMX, put in a DMX song, and that.
That's how I get through my day.
Yesterday, there was a lot of people who made money, huh? And there's a lot of insider trading that happened yesterday.
We have that coming up.
Okay.
We have that coming up.
This needs to, all of this stuff, every single thing they do is illegal. They are criminals. What do you expect when you have a 34 count felon in office? Do you expect rule of law? Did these people really, I am the law and order presidente? Law and order? Where? In hell? Because did they really expect a 34 count felon to follow the rule of law? Every single thing they do is illegal. Everything. Guaranteed. Everything. You look at it. Everything they do is illegal and against the Constitution. Every single thing. And they're going to keep pushing at the constitutional, looking for breaks. They're going to keep pushing unless, and we have to keep resisting. The more we resisted about Harriet Tubman, the changing of the website, and this is not a constitutional thing, but I mean, it is history that they want to deny, but the more people push back, you see how they quickly changed and they put the page back to the original with Harriet Tubman. We have to keep resisting. People don't think that resistance is futile. It is not. Keep resisting.
We have to. We absolutely.
Yeah, when I know when I got to get myself
leather jacket. I'm gonna get my black leather jacket. Hold on. Yes.
There are some songs that bring that out in us, right? Yeah. Sometimes the songs speak for us, exercise how we feel. But let us not manufacture concept, right, Mr. President? And that's exactly what I see going on here. Was it a couple of weeks ago, Jai, you can remind me, the plane that was acquired, and they said it was because they needed to replace
Yes.
old inventory.
And I think Mr. President or at a soldier or someone said yes, after a certain amount of years, they retired a plane.
But how strategic? Why they never do it last year? Why didn't they do it the year before? They plane them at 14 years old. Why them wait until this year when it was not until the little, ruffling of the feathers happened back in January that it came out that they were seeking this acquisition, this new asset. They have a saying, and you hear me say it all the time. Tom drunk, but Tom ain't no fool. Hey, Quirky Rance, welcome. Yeah, Tom drunk, but Tom no fool. Next up, we're done with news out of Latin America on the international scene. Indonesia offers to temporarily shelter wounded and orphaned Palestinians from Gaza. When is this going to end? Indonesia offers to temporarily shelter wounded and orphaned Palestinians from Gaza, according to apnews.com. We are ready to evacuate those who are injured or traumatized and orphans if they want to be evacuated to Indonesia, and we are ready to send planes to transport them. That's according to Subianto, adding that he has instructed his foreign affairs minister to discuss evacuation plans with the Palestinian authorities at once. He said Indonesia is ready to evacuate a first batch of around 1,000 victims who will stay in the country until they have fully recovered from their injuries and Gaza is safe enough to return to. Subianto said the move was not for permanent resettlement. He also spoke before getting on a flight to Abu Dhabi, the first stop in a week-long tour of the Middle East. That also includes stops in Turkey, Egypt, Qatar, and Jordan. He said he would consult on the planned evacuations in those countries, some of which have also accepted Palestinians for humanitarian reasons. When they leave, I hope they are able to go back to their land. That's all I'm going to say. I'm very skeptical. Yes, you want them to get the help, but I'm very skeptical about them leaving because for some reason, I just feel they may not be able to return to their land. I may be wrong, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope that
the whole concept of you hoping they could go back is utopianistic. The idea of Israel and the current president in the US is to get rid of the Palestinian from Palestinian land. Yep. Hence the reason why they're shelling hospitals, they're shelling schools, they're unaliving anybody who even tried to help. That's the whole idea. There are so many Palestinians in Jordan and all the surrounding places who left and could not come back since the 40s and all them time, right? So this is not going to happen. I could understand Indonesia probably looking at from a humanitarian perspective, at least let's try to treat the wounded. But the world has been silent and continue to be silent and play footsie in the UN and all this stuff with the atrocities and the genocides that's happening in that part of the world, right? And the US has been up front and center, providing the shield necessary to veto everything that goes against the perpetrators. As a matter of fact, they are complicit because they are supplying the weapons to kill the innocent people.
Unalive.
So unalive the innocent people, and then they come back and pretend to be they need humanitarian and give you empty speeches. The previous administration do it, and the current administration do it. As a matter of fact, the current administration is bold enough to say they wanted to build hotels and to develop. So anything that moves Palestinian out of Palestine, they're not going back. Rest assured, they're not going back. And there is a new push by the neighbors to secure the place. They see the Palestinian as a hindrance in their own land to the progress of their neighboring state, who is terrorizing all the neighbors in that region. I yield.
Oh boy, thank you for that, Mr. President. Go
Go
ahead, Dr. Leslie. Yeah.
What was very so heartbreaking and so what I find to be so evil. I mean, from day one, I said this was never about the hostages. This was always about the land. And if you're going to bomb indiscriminately, you don't care to bring hostages out alive. If you're bombing indiscriminately, right? You're saying you're bombing and going after Hamas, but then you're bombing indiscriminately. Then how do you if you're bombing Hamas, then you're bombing the hostages. So it was never about the hostages. But here's the other thing: you tell people, okay, we're gonna do a pause in the bombing, and you can go back to your homes. What homes are they going back to? So you literally have people walking miles and miles and miles and miles without resources, right? No water, no food, sometimes no shoes. You understand me? And you have them walk and they go back to nothing. And they're there and you know, they're resilient people. So they're going to dig through the rubble to find anyone who was left behind, if you will, to get what little they have. And they would stay there and rebuild. But then now you tell them, oh, nope, you got to move. You got to go back north. Nope, okay, now you're north, go back south. And literally playing games with these people. It is the epitome of evil. I do not know how anyone, and let me be clear, there are physicians who support this oppressor and who have been doxing other physicians who support who are against the killing of the unaliving of children and women and men and innocent civilians. And there is such an evil. I don't even know how else to describe this moment, but this is the devil's handyman. This is the devil's work, because I do not know how you can sleep and how you can look yourself in the mirror and justify what is going on. It truly is the devil's handiwork. And you know, now if you are to say, look at Miss Rachel on YouTube. Miss Rachel, they're now going after her because she made a post that was in support of preserving the lives of Palestinian children. And they're now saying that she's anti-Semitic. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. And I always say, if you don't deal with your inward trauma, you will meet that trauma out on others. If you don't deal with your issue, whatever that trauma is that now you have identified so wholly, and it's your identity. Your identity is that trauma. You're going to become the thing that you despise. Be careful.
Woo. It's rough. It is rough. It's rough. I've said this almost every day. If not on here, I have said it off air. Life is simple. Human beings are the ones who complicate it. We all can exist without hindrance. Indonesia offers to temporarily shelter. Oh, I just did that one. Sorry. U.S. declines. U.S. restores urgent food aid, except in Afghanistan and Yemen, two of the world's poorest countries. Article courtesy of APnews.com. U.S. President Donald Trump's administration has reversed new cutoffs in emergency food aid to several nations. but maintained them in Afghanistan and Yemen, two of the world's poorest and most war-ravaged countries. This is according to the State Department and officials who spoke to the Associated Press. It marks the latest round of abrupt cancellations of foreign aid contracts run through the U.S. Agency for International Development and equally sudden reversals. The whipsawing moves come as the Republican administration and Trump advisor Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency dismantle USAID and dramatically reduce foreign assistance, asserting that the spending is wasteful and advances liberal causes. The United States over the weekend sent notices terminating funding for UN World Food Program emergency programs in more than a dozen countries. Aid officials warned that the cuts could threaten the lives of millions of refugees and other vulnerable people, stressing the risks of further destabilizing regions ridden by conflicts. I came across, I don't know if I said, I saw a video yesterday where a young lady was talking about the Geneva. Thank you for coming through and blessing us, Dr. Leslie. Blessings to you too. So I came across a video yesterday. I'm not sure if I saved it. Let me see here. Talking about the Geneva Convention. Are we familiar with the Geneva Convention? Hey, Mr. Sit, morning.
Yeah, I sent that to you.
Is you that send that to me? Or,
Yeah.
Hold on there. IG, right? Hold on there. Niece. Wait there.
You sure that TikTok I sent it to you on?
Hold on a second. Let me check. Hold on there. May I check. With a young lady talking about the Geneva Convention. Was it the one with that young lady?
Yes, that one.
Okay. Well, let me check. Let me check IG. Hold on. So me must be blind a blouse and skirt.
Try TikTok. I sent it to you. I think I sent it to Mr. Prezi, or I think I sent it to Mr. Prezi also.
Have mercy. Oh, yes, are you. Right on TikTok, just send it. Okay.
What you need to know about the rules of war right now. The Geneva Conventions, otherwise known as the rules of war, protect people in conflict. They were negotiated over 70 years ago. Since then, they've been adopted by every country in the world. Translation: all states are legally obligated to follow these rules. The rules state that civilians must be protected. Under the Fourth Geneva Convention, it is illegal to target civilians and civilian objects, like homes, schools, and hospitals. Civilians in areas affected by fighting have the right to safe passage. Simply put, to leave if they want without risking their lives. Detainees are also protected under international humanitarian law. This includes protection from acts of violence and intimidation. Humanitarian aid like food, water, and medicine must be able to reach people. So safety guarantees for humanitarian workers must be in place. Parties to the conflict legally have to facilitate humanitarian access. Under the Geneva Conventions, the Red Cross and Red Crescent emblems are signs of protection. They literally mean don't shoot. And most importantly, the Geneva Conventions must be applied without discrimination, whatever a person's race, sex, nationality, political opinion, or religion. Want to learn more? Check out icrc.org.
Thank you, niece. There you have it, folks. The rules of WAR. Yeah, and the first time I came across the no lie, not that. That's not what. No, that's not it. I remember a woman putting up a video that made me laugh. The first time I laughed at a skit involving the Geneva Convention was a woman in her kitchen saying that according to the Geneva Convention, all prisoners must be fed. And she was talking about her husband. But seriously speaking, there you have it, per the Geneva Convention. But do we honor the rules of engagement?
Remember, he pulled out of WHO. I was trying to remember why he did that, but it is all strategic because he knows that if he even for Uncle Donald with what he's doing here in the U.S., he knows that he would have been going against all these laws that are out there. So he made sure.
Sorry, let me
He made sure he pulled out of all of these organizations where these agreements are in terms of how they treat immigrants, but also, and this is why he can't speak to Uncle Putin because Uncle Putin is like, yeah, what I'm doing to Ukraine, this is what you did to Mexico. This is why you have California and Texas. Yeah. So how dare you speak to me about what I'm doing in trying to reclaim my land? And here they are doing the same thing with Gaza for whatever reason, I don't know, right? And then, of course, Red Cross has lost their integrity with what happened in Haiti. So it's like everything is just a muck right now. And like I said, why is the United Nations quiet? Because they have sat quietly over all these atrocities and just not said anything. So everything is just kind of, all up in the air right now.
So let me ask you a question. What's the point of saying anything when everything is ignored anyway? I mean, what's the point? Really and truly, what has been honored? The International Court of Justice, was their ruling taken into consideration? The International Court of Justice?
No. But they said what they said.
It's business as usual, right? I will continue to pray daily for peace throughout the world. I will continue to pray that we will find it in our hearts to recognize the errors and the ill of our ways. That's all I can do from my stance. We have to be so careful what we say, how we say it, because you offend this person, you offend that person, there are consequences. It's just crazy. So, blanket prayer for the world, that there will be peace in every corner, in every nook and cranny. Wherever there is conflict, let there be peace. Go ahead, Mr. President.
You have to understand that these international organizations was put in place to keep Africa and the global south in check, not to bring peace, not to bring order, no. So when you go to the Criminal Court of Justice and it's an African leader, you could say, oh, you have a warrant out for them, they're terrible people. But and that is why most of these organizations has veto power. So whenever you rule that goes against them, they just veto it, and it's business as usual. Can anyone name me any country where the UN peacekeepers brought peace in the last 30, 40 years, 50, 100 years?
Me, teacher, where the penguins are, there's peace.
So it's just a joke. They just put this thing there to keep us in check, and so that they could operate with impunity. That's what it is. There is not a better textbook example of genocide than what is happening in Palestine. But yet still, even the media would not even call it that. And we're trying to bend ourselves in a pretzel, trying to explain the unexplainable. Hey, you.
You brought a song in my head from high school. I can't remember who sang this song, but we sang it at graduation. Interesting.
Back in the days when US sat on that throne of what do you call it now? People listened to the US back in the days. When the US said part the sea was parted. Yeah, they have lost that wand of Thor. They have lost that level of influence, and that's what they're talking about right now. Because even with the tariffs and him saying, "Oh, we're going to roll back the tariffs," nobody trusts that he's not going to implement it 2 or 3 days later again. So they don't trust what he's saying, and that's a big issue globally. Yeah. So if it is that even though the UN is there and they have their head, even though the WHO was there and they had their head, people still followed through on what the USA had said. That has gone through the door. So now everything is just a mock.
Because we had a reputation of making sound judgment, and I will stand behind our president and say, please check your circle. I will forever say that. He needs to check his circle. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, I was going to tell you, Luther Vandross was the one that sang that song.
Which one again, James? Give me the tune. Look at the tune, James.
The graduation song?
Yeah. How it go again?
Impossible Dream?
Dream the yes,
Yeah.
the impossible
Yeah.
dream. Thank you, James. Thank you. Thank you. Well, we have word from the
I was gonna sing it, but I know Jabet is at work. I don't want to hurt her, you know. So I'll save her until she gets home.
from the Penguins.
In the hostile environment. Kowalski, we'll need to win the hearts and the minds of the natives. Rico, we'll need special tactical equipment. We're gonna face extreme terror. Private probably won't survive. Captain's log.
Love the Penguins. Lord have mercy, James. You are funny, aren't you? Dream the impossible dream. Hold on, you know what? I need to remind myself of the dream. I hear it in my head, but I just need to remember it. Luther Vandross, you said. Luther VA. And how many people had children to created children because of Luther Vandross? On an attack. Or was it Teddy Pendergrass? Which one? Boy! Why not pull up for me, James? Why not pull it up? What? Is that the right name for the song, James? Hold on, let me go up on Google. So now, you send me down this I mean send myself in about me, I shift the blame to somebody else. Oh, Jesus.
While you're looking for that, Mr. President, I have a question for you. Why was the stock market, the economy, sent in a...
We're gonna talk about it. Now get to it yet, man. We have it to come up. Yeah,
We don't.
Drop the gun, man. Jump.
Okay, all right, I'll wait.
Look at patience. You know, jump on a donkey. Get off of the horse. Horse won't go too fast. Donkey take them time. I don't know why the song won't come up for me. Yeah, the impossible dream, but it won't come up for me. Listen to me something. Let me see if I can find it over here. So come on, hear this song. I'm determined. Me determined bad. I have to, hold on, James. Hold on. You have to mute. YouTube. Copyright. That I don't know if all the school, but it was a popular graduation, a school that was sung at many graduations across the island of Jamaica back in the days, way back in the 80s. We had that. Still a beautiful song, powerful words, meaningful words. Definitely. Thank you, James. Thank you for playing it for us. Thank you for reminding us. We're not in this world alone. We're not. We need each other. And we're more alike than we're more apart, than we are more different. All right. Next up, Britain expresses outrage after Israel prevents two lawmakers from visiting the occupied West Bank. This article, courtesy of apnews.com. Britain has expressed outrage after Israeli authorities prevented two lawmakers from entering the country in order to visit the occupied West Bank. Israel accused the members of parliament for supporting boycotts against it. Britain's Foreign Secretary David Lammy said late Saturday that it was unacceptable, counterproductive, and deeply concerning that two British members of parliament were detained and refused entry to Israel. He said, I have made clear to my counterparts in the Israeli government that this is in no way to treat British parliamentarians. It is vital that parliamentarians are able to witness firsthand the situation in the occupied Palestinian territory, adding that they had planned to visit humanitarian aid projects and local communities. In other news, on the international scene, Moscow court sends U.S. citizen awaiting trial to a psychiatric hospital. This one also courtesy of apnews.com. A U.S. citizen awaiting trial in Moscow has been forcibly admitted to a psychiatric hospital, according to the Russian state media. Joseph Tata, 46, was arrested in August 2024 after being accused of assaulting a police officer during a confrontation with staff at an upmarket hotel in the Russian capital. A Moscow court agreed to admit Tata to a psychiatric hospital non-voluntarily after a medical evaluation on March 15. That's according to the Russian state news. It said that doctors had described Tata as displaying signs of tension, impulsivity, persecutory delusions, and lack of self-awareness regarding his condition. The U.S. Embassy in Moscow declined to comment on the case, citing privacy concerns. Tata had been due to stand trial on April 14 on charges of assaulting a police officer, which is punishable with a maximum sentence of 5 years imprisonment. It is unclear when the court made its decision to detain him on medical grounds, but TASS previously reported that he had been released from pre-trial detention at the end of March. At a September court hearing, Tatar claimed he came to Russia to seek political asylum and that he was being persecuted by the CIA. Potato. If according to this article, it is said here that you went to Russia to seek political asylum because you felt that you were being persecuted by the CIA, allegedly, why would you get into a tussle? Why would you squabble up with an officer of the law there? Don't you toe the line in another man's country? Why would you do that? And now you have yourself being admitted to a psychiatric hospital non-voluntarily after medical evaluation because you are displaying signs of tension, impulsivity, persecutory delusions, and lack of self-awareness. Let's see what else comes out of the situation. I'm sure more will come to the forefront later on. But I wonder why he felt the need to go to Russia to claim asylum. Must have been really bad for him to feel that he would be safer in Russia than in the US.
Well, other people have done it before, but the thing is, are you sure they're not sending him to that facility so that they can legally extract the information they want from him? You know, and he's going there and alleged that he's running from prosecution here. But who knows what information he has or what is going on related to that? What if he's going there trying to be a double agent? Some of these things sometimes is not like readily seen by us, but sometimes there are other factors in play. But I think just from the outside looking in and not knowing much about these things, maybe if he's there, then they could probably do whatever they want with him because he's delusional in any case, right? So I don't know.
So is the US in this case? Because allegedly, according to the article from apnews.com, allegedly, he feels that he was wanted by the CIA. Is the US going to try to get him back from Russia? Or are they going to just leave him alone?
But didn't the US embassy there decline comment?
Decline comment.
So they wouldn't tell you exactly what they're going to do or not do. They will just keep the political speech if he come back or when he come back. But other than that, negotiations behind the scenes are not usually privy to the public.
Let me say here also in the article further down, it says he was detained in August 2024 when he became abusive to hotel staff who requested to see his documents. The report said that THUR swore and behaved aggressively when the hotel refused to accommodate him and later grabbed the arm of a police officer called to the scene. THUR is just one of several Americans detained in Russia on illicit substances or assault convictions, with many serving sentences of several years. They include Robert Gilman, 72, who was handed 3.5-year sentence at the age of 72 after being found guilty of assaulting a police officer following a drunken disturbance on a train, and Travis Leak, a musician, who was convicted on illicit substance charges and sentenced to 13 years in prison in July 2024. I can't go Russia and I misbehave on herself. That's all I can say. And I cannot go there and misbehave on herself. But as you pointed out, they're not going to let us know. We're not privy to the information, what handling or what exchange of information is going on between Russia and the US Embassy over there in Moscow. All right. Moving right to the hour, the 10th. Yeah, moving right along. Do we have any more stories on the international scene? Let us see. I think that is it. Yeah, that is it for stories on the international scene. 5 minutes before the top of the hour, almost time for us to jump off internet radio. To my folks listening online, we invite you at the top of the hour to join us on YouTube Live or on TikTok Live. Stories out of North America. First up, an attorney representing a student protester has been detained by federal immigration agents. This article comes to us courtesy of Okay, you know what? We're not going to have enough time to play this one because this one is it's going to take us beyond the time. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up on air, the on air live stream. Yeah, Ja, thank you for the time check. You see, Ja is part of the production team. She helps to keep me in check as far as timing is concerned, and I really appreciate that. Where are you? Say thank you to everyone who tuned in online. QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.QMZRadio.com for that good music to get you through your day. Thank you to everyone who listened on JanoRadio.com, JAHKNO, JanoRadio.com. Do not forget to download the app. It's available in your Apple and Google Play Store. And we are your non-stop party vibe station. And also a big thank you to everyone who listened on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We will be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, God willing. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. See you then. so much for your patience, YouTube and TikTok. Thank you again, Jack. All right, so 3 minutes before the top of the hour, we're going to go ahead and get into the next article. Stories out of North America. An attorney representing a student protester detained by federal immigration agents. We have an audio clip for this one, courtesy of NPR. Let's take a listen.
And was heading home on Sunday from a family vacation in the Caribbean. He was stopped in the Detroit airport. Federal officers, border agents, detained him, interrogated him, and pressured him to hand over his cell phone. The man is a U.S. citizen. He's a civil rights and criminal defense attorney, and among his clients is an activist who has been charged in connection to a pro-Palestinian protest at the University of Michigan. That attorney's name is Amir Maklid, and he joins us now. Welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for being here. Okay, so as I understand, you were returning home from vacation with your family. Then you were pulled aside by some federal agents. Pick up the story from there and just start to tell us what happened.
Well, as soon as I got to the passport check line, the agent looked over to another agent and asked, is the TTRT team available? I didn't know what that acronym stood for, so I did a quick Google search. At that point, I realized it meant the Task Force on Terrorism, something along those lines. Tactical Terrorism Response Team is what the acronym was. And at that point, my gut just, my heart fell into my stomach at that point. I was so, concerned and worried. I looked over at my wife and I told her we're probably going to be stopped and detained and questioned. And so they eventually took me over to an interview room. My family was waiting for me anxiously, not knowing what was going on. Then a plainclothes officer walks in and says, we know that you're an attorney and we know that you've been handling some high profile cases lately. And then I said, okay, well, what can I help you with? And he said, we would like to look at your phone. And he handed me a pamphlet with a federal statute that says that at the border, they're allowed to confiscate my phone for a number of days. And at that point, I was just shocked that they wanted to take my phone.
Well, let me ask you this. At that point, did you have any sense of why they wanted to see your phone? What did they tell you?
Well, it was apparent to me at that point that they had already done their homework about me before I arrived, because they knew that I was taking on some cases. He knew who I was and he knew where I was coming from, and he knew I was an attorney. So it wasn't a random selection. They were prepared to talk to me and discuss things with me. And he was adamant that he wanted to see my phone.
What did you do then? Did you give him your phone?
No, at that point I said, listen, you know that I'm an attorney. Everything in my phone could be privileged information. I have emails that go back over 10 years. I have text messages with clients. I have all my court filings and my office filings are in my cloud, which is available on my phone. You're not getting full and unfettered access to my device. It's not going to happen. And so that puzzled this agent, and he had to go to a supervisor. The supervisor comes back and says, here's a legal pad. Here's a pen. Write down everything that you believe is privileged. We won't go through that. I looked at him with, astonishment. How do you expect me to go through 10 years and more of information that's in my device and see this is privileged and this isn't? It was a ridiculous conversation.
You said in other interviews that I've heard that you believe that you were targeted because you were representing a pro-Palestinian protester. You said that they seemed to know who you were. They seemed to know that you were an attorney. What led you to make the connection that this protester might have been the reason that you were detained, interrogated, they wanted your phone?
This is the only case of any high-profile action that I'm involved in right now. This is the only one that we've been making a lot of noise about because in Samantha Lewis's case, my client at the University of Michigan, they're criminalizing free speech. They're charging 7 students with resisting and opposing police officers, which are felonies. And all they were doing was engaging in peaceful protest about the war on Gaza. So that we've made a lot of noise about and that we're vigorously defending. Why else would they mention that I know that you're engaging in high profile cases?
I just want to note that NPR has reached out to Customs and Border Protection, and at the time of our conversation, we've not yet heard back, but a CBP spokesman named Hilton Beckham told the Detroit Free Press, which you spoke to, that searches of electronic media have not gone up during the Trump administration. And I'm going to quote here, allegations that political beliefs trigger inspections or removals are baseless and irresponsible. Your response?
I'd say to them that, what was the purpose of searching my device then? If you know that I'm not there's no probable cause, there's no warrant, there's no concern that I'm a threat to national security or anything of that nature. The purpose of searching my phone doesn't have anything to do with terrorism. There's only a chilling effect, and it's done to be intimidating in my opinion, for the causes that I was engaging in. I'm standing up for students. I'm standing up for immigrants and political dissenters. And I think this was a way to try to dissuade me from taking on these types of cases.
Ultimately, you did not consent to just hand over your phone, but if I understand correctly, you did at some point let them look at the contacts that are in your phone. Can you tell us a bit about that?
Well, they kept threatening to take my device, and they said they had the legal right to do so. So I didn't want to walk away from that meeting or interrogation or detention without my device in my hand. So I did acquiesce to allowing them to see the list of my contacts that's stored in my phone only. And they agreed with that. They said, okay, we'll look at your contact list and we'll go from there. So at that point, they took my device for maybe 7 or 8 minutes and they came back. They apparently had downloaded my contact list and then began to ask me further questions about who contacts in my phone were. And that's when I said, no, this is getting into too much uncharted waters here. Anybody that's in my phone is going to be a friend, a family member, or a client. Right. I'm not going to tell you if these folks are clients or not, but that's all the information you're going to get.
If this is part of a much broader effort to intimidate lawyers whose work runs counter to administration priorities, I want to ask you in the minute or so that we have left, is this working?
No, I think it's doing the opposite effect. The outpouring support that I've received from members of the bar, not just in Michigan, but nationally, and members of the community is a showing that people are offended by this type of conduct. This is not what America is all about. We are a nation of laws. We have protections. We have amendments, the Fourth Amendment included, of your right to privacy, which includes not having your personal effects and papers be searched. And it's setting a terrifying precedent. If government agents can target a lawyer at the border, what's stopping them from doing it to anyone who dares to speak out?
We've been speaking with Michigan attorney Amir Maklad. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
All right, Ja, I'll send it over to you. I'll send it to you, Ja. Yep. So it go. That is what it is, no? You have to be careful what you have in your devices. Hold on 1 second. Somebody sent me something over here. I'm just scanning it through real quickly. Okay. Yeah. John, let me send it to you right now before I forget. Where is the link? Copy and Rastafari, ever living, ever faithful, ever sure. Okay, there you go. Sent it to you. I texted it to you, Ja. All right. Next up, we have an out of stories on the international scene. Appeals court clears the way for the Trump administration to fire thousands of probationary workers. This one also courtesy of NPR. Let's go ahead and take a listen to this article.
Court of Appeals has, for now, cleared the way for the Trump administration to fire, yet again, tens of thousands of federal employees who've only just been reinstated. This ruling comes a day after the Supreme Court issued a similar decision. NPR's Andrea Hsu has been following all of this and joins us now. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, Elsa.
Hi. Okay, so help us understand this. Like, what do these two new rulings mean exactly?
Yeah, well, this is a really big win for the Trump administration. You'll remember back in February, the administration had directed agencies to fire their probationary employees.
Mm-hmm.
So these are typically people in their first or second year on the job, but also included people promoted into new roles. And this was all part of President Trump's broad plan to dramatically downsize the federal workforce. But when tens of thousands of probationary employees started getting termination notices all within days of each other, there was an outcry. And within a week of the firings, one lawsuit was filed. And then a couple weeks later, another lawsuit was filed.
And who brought these lawsuits exactly?
Yeah, so they were not brought by federal employees themselves because federal employees must first go through this internal process if they want to challenge personnel actions by the government.
Mhm.
So instead, these lawsuits were brought by groups that say they were harmed by these firings. The first lawsuit was brought by several labor organizations and some civic organizations, like a veterans group, a parks group, and a small business association. And the second lawsuit was brought by 19 states and the District of Columbia. And they argued that they had not been given proper notice of these mass layoffs as required by law. And so they too were suffering harm, they said.
And were those arguments persuasive to the judges who first heard the cases?
Yeah, at least in part. The first case was filed in federal court in San Francisco, and the judge there initially set aside the labor union's claims, but said the civic organizations did have a good case, and he ordered 6 federal agencies to bring their probationary employees back to work. And that included the VA, the Defense Department, the Treasury Department, and others. And now in the state's case, well, that was brought in federal court in Baltimore, and the judge there initially ordered probationary employees at close to 20 agencies reinstated nationwide, but he later narrowed that to just those employees who live or work in the states that had sued.
Okay, but now higher courts have disagreed, right?
Yes, the Supreme Court said in the San Francisco case that those civic organizations didn't have standing to bring their case in federal court. And in the state's case, the Fourth Circuit said the Trump administration was probably right in arguing that the court lacked jurisdiction to hear the case. In both instances, though, the higher courts did not come to any conclusion about whether the firings themselves were unlawful, so that still needs to play out in the lower courts.
Okay, then what does all of this mean for workers who've been reinstated?
Well, Elsa, it's not entirely clear. The vast majority of them had been put back on payroll as a result of those lower court orders. A lot of people were placed on administrative leave, so they weren't actually working, but there are probably thousands who have been issued new badges and gotten their computers back. And so it's unclear if and when agencies are going to fire them again.
And aren't federal agencies already rolling out plans for mass layoffs?
Yeah, absolutely. We've been hearing about those plans at several agencies, including Health and Human Services and the IRS. And ahead of these layoffs, lots of agencies are still trying to get people to leave voluntarily. A number of them have given employees a second chance to resign now in exchange for pay and benefits through September. And they're also offering early retirement packages. So, if a lot of older, more tenured workers end up leaving the government, these agencies may need these probationary workers. They may not want to just, hastily fire them again just because a court says they can.
To be continued. That is NPR's Andrea Hsu. Thank you so much, Andrea.
Thanks, Elsa.
To be continued indeed. It's a yo-yo situation, back and forth. It has to be frustrating for these federal workers, the probationary federal workers. It has to be. Moving in a space of uncertainty. Go ahead, Ja. Go right ahead.
I've heard from acquaintances that it's not even the employees, right? It's their bosses, because their bosses feel some type of way that they have to do this to their employees, as well as thinking about themselves and their lives. They don't know what's going to really happen. So it's just a shit show all around.
Madness. It's utter madness. I don't know if I could do that. You let me go once. And I get it. Because people have their obligations, their financial obligations. And when they think about the sacrifices, the personal sacrifices that they have made to be in said positions, and those sacrifices could be uprooting families. How many people have uprooted their families and relocated because of a job opportunity that was lucrative, that served, created a balance, a great work-life balance. They were able to match their skills and their expertise and their qualifications with said position, and had to move across the country, move from one state to another, move from one town to another, and the cost factor that comes into play. So I get how they may feel. I really do. Me is a different kettle of fish all this year. You let me go one time, you now get the chances to let me go a second time. That's me. I don't know where I was wired wrong, I guess. That you fire me today. You come back tomorrow and say, oh, no, come back, we made a mistake. You made a mistake? Keep making a mistake. Because you now get a chance to wipe your dirty shoes for me again. That's just me. It's probably the Jamaican and me. We rank out with fiercely. But not nobody take no step away. That's
It's not just you. It's not just you. It's just for some, it's just easier said than done, you know, unfortunately. And the part of the article where they say that they are really pushing people to take a retirement type package.
Me I take you on bounce. Me would have take you on go and find something else to do. God provides. God provides. If I say I believe in God, I know that my needs will be met. My cup shall run over. And if I consider myself a child of God, neither me nor none of my seed will be begging bread.
Did you ever play that article I sent you about the employees in DC and what's going to happen with all those employees?
Yeah, we do. Wasn't that on the other day?
Maybe I missed it then when I was out.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah. Me not say me not have bills. Yes, me have bills around my neck, but I refuse. That's my makeup of God me serve, not man. And me believe he will provide. Yes, I might have to struggle. Yes, I will have my Job moments, but I will be okay one way or another. I know how to adjust. If I sardines and crackers, it will be sardines and crackers. I will survive because everything is but for a time. Yea, though I walk through. Me not stand up in it. Me go through. Built different. Built different, folks. Don't follow back at me. Do not follow back at me. You have to do what's best for you and your family. And I get it. All the sacrifice, all the hard work. I know you are like a pendulum, just swinging from side to side, and you don't know. You just don't know when it's going to end. If I'm at a certain age, I don't know if this is wise counsel, but if I'm of a certain age and I know retirement is knocking on the door, I think I would cash out and just go, ja. I would take the payout and go. Go live some life. Go enjoy life. Put your foot up. Enjoy your family.
I agree with you. But there's so many of us. So I'm reading a book that I sound like Adasoji now. Oh, he's rubbing off on me. I'm reading a book called The Psychology of Money. Okay. And it speaks on, we just started it last night, but it speaks about when did the 401k start? When did Social Security start? 401k may be younger than I am right now. And we have to just realize that some of us, unfortunately, only live from check to check. We can't even afford to save. So that fear of, okay, just give me the little pence and I'll keep it going, it consumes you. You don't know what you're gonna do. And it's understandable, you know? It's very understandable.
You know, Ja, I want to say 99%, because the 1%, don't worry. It's the 99% that worries and lives in fear and moves in fear. You know that? They don't know what's coming next. And because of this uncertainty, they're crippled. Unashamedly so. I don't know. TikTok talk, folks. TikTok talk. All right, first up, guess who is being invited over to America with a big warm welcome from the USA and Donald Trump and friends. Let's take a listen to this.
Would you like to guess who the US has just invited over to America for an official meeting? Because when I tell you that this person behind me on the screen makes any American politician, the worst one that you can think of, look like a moderate, believe me. He has been convicted of being a part of a terrorist organization. He's also been convicted of racial hatred and incitement, and also said that a part of his culture is to spit on Christians, and he encourages it. If you haven't already guessed it, this man kept a portrait on his wall of a terrorist who went into a mosque in the 90s and shot up and killed almost 30 Muslims while they were praying. He kept the portrait because he saw him as a hero. Let me introduce you to Itamar Ben-Gvir, the Israeli cabinet minister who was literally convicted of being a part of a terrorist organization. This is the new normal now. He's openly called multiple times for the genocide and the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, and he's now got a gold star pass to go to the US and meet officials. This man on multiple occasions has pulled his weapon out on multiple Palestinians just out in the street. He was at a protest where Israelis and Palestinians were clashing each other, and he was screaming at the police for the police to shoot the Palestinians. This guy is in charge of the police in prisons, and he recently posted about how bad he's made the conditions for Palestinians in prison. Now he's welcoming the US with open arms. Would you
So much for the jobs coming back to the USA.
This just in, big companies are reacting to Donald Trump's tariffs, and we are hearing about the drastic moves that they are making in order to avoid paying any extra. Just days before the tariffs took effect, Apple reportedly flew in 5 plane loads full of iPhones into the United States from India and China. And by the way, we are hearing that Apple is moving a lot of its production not to the United States, but from China to India. So no, those jobs aren't going to Indiana, they're going to India. Meanwhile, Amazon has canceled some inventory orders from China. This could drastically shake up the supply chain, lead to product shortages, and lead to price increases in the United States. The fallout is only just beginning, folks. We're going to be following it all. So make sure you're following our account and add the Midas Touch podcast on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We've got new episodes out right now.
Okay, somebody pinch me. I must have been sleeping. Didn't we have a news article the other day where who said that Apple was going to be pumping some 500 million, or was it billions of dollars, to create jobs here in the... Hold on a second. No, man. No, sir. Uh-uh. No, 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 no. Hold on. May have to Google that one there. How much to... Hold on a second. Hold on. Because I know I wasn't sleeping. Because hold on. I know I wasn't sleeping. Apple announced a commitment to invest more than $500 billion in the US over the next 4 years. This investment includes plans to create 20,000 new jobs and expand facilities, particularly in areas like artificial intelligence, silicon engineering, and advanced manufacturing. Okay, all right. I just know I wasn't losing it. I know I wasn't losing it. So they're moving or thinking of moving from China to India, not Indiana. Bye-bye, Hollywood.
China just banned all Hollywood movies. That is a $7 billion a year industry for Hollywood. It's gone. China just banned all Hollywood movies. That is a $7 billion a year industry for Hollywood. It's gone.
Next, Trump says his tariff reversal came after folks started acting a little yippee, a little afraid. I thought he said he reversed it because everybody was kissing his, to talk to him. I don't know. I get one story, then I get another story. I just report the news.
That's why he's saying yippee.
Let's listen. All right there. Hold on there. All right there. Oh, jeez. Wait, okay. See, it's on. Yeah, here it is. Hold on. Let me turn this up.
Be cool. Just a few hours later, there was a pause put in on the tariffs. Can you walk us through what you're thinking about why you decided to put a 90-day pause?
Well, I thought that people were jumping a little bit out of line. They were getting yippy, they were getting a little bit yippy, a little bit afraid, unlike these champions, because we have a big job to do. No other president would have done what I did. No other president. I know the presidents. They wouldn't have done it.
Be cool.
In other news. Ja. In other news, folks, it's time for Business and Tech News brought to you by Grand Coffee House. From our farms to your cups, enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. Listen to me, Charlie. It's a real thing because I think most of our pharmaceuticals come from overseas. And do we have everything in place to start the manufacturing of the pharmaceutical needs? Do we have them? I don't know if you were in the space the other day when I played a video. It was a little skit on TikTok, where the young lady who has a small business, but the components for her shoe, right, cannot be made here in the States. There is no manufacturing plant in here that can facilitate the production of her goods. So she has to get them in China. Her business, pretty much the plug has been pulled on her business with the what, 100 and something percent tariffs now in place on goods coming from China. And the argument, and we have said this here in Coffee and Toe, and I have said this. I don't have an issue with things being made here in America, but the pieces of the puzzle were not put in place. The plants we had 10 years because our president back in 2015 to 2016 campaigned on the need for US manufacturing because we need jobs in America, right? And we say, yes, people here need jobs. There are people in communities who have no jobs and they need to be working. Nobody came to the table since 2015 to 2024, and nobody came forward and said, you know what, we have 5 factories in place that we can start the manufacturing of these things. A factory cannot be built overnight. And truth be told, even if it could, in today's landscape, the parts aren't made here in the US either. We still have to import them. So we were not getting ourselves ready to start with some industry, be it pharmaceutical, be it construction, be it automotive, be it shoes, clothes, whatever. I think we dropped the ball. So we were not prepared. Great concept. And I think if his allies who have the wherewithal to get that sector up and running were truly supportive of him and his ideas, they would have embarked. They would have said, you know what, Uncle Donald, we see the vision and we want to help you fulfill the vision. But nobody stepped up. Nobody. And here we are in 2025, we flip the switch and we're at square one. We don't have the things in place. So why do you think Apple is going to say, well, you know what? If China, it won't be you, let's head on over to India. Why didn't Apple from 2015 to 2024 put the pieces in place? Why weren't there conversations with Apple to say, okay, Apple, my goal is to come back, get back in the White House. I need you here. I need a commitment. Let us get the ball rolling so that once I get in power, I can say, you know what? Apple is already here. Let's go.
Because they haven't been picking up their clothing and items and looking at the part where it says made in. I am looking at a brand of soap I use, and it says made in the USA with US and foreign components. That's a bottle of soap that I wash my hand with. Soap. So what part of this bottle of soap? Or is it the ingredients of the soap?
The ingredient.
Okay. I'm picking up something else that I'm picking up something else that I clean my counter with. So let me look and see where that says made of. Made in the USA of global components.
Where do you think this is made? You know what is written on this one? A highlighter. Made in where?
China.
Where do you think this is made?
They haven't been picking up items around them and seeing where it's made.
This is made in China.
But we just need to increase the tariffs.
I'm looking at everything that has a label on it that I can't say. Where was this keyboard made? This keyboard made in China. Where was this keyboard made? Hold on. Designed by Apple in California, assembled in China. Where was this keyboard made? China. Where was this made? China. Damn it, I need to check to see if I was made in China.
Hey, look at this. So this is a bottle of avocado oil. Made with pride and care for this specific grocery store that I shop in San Antonio, but the product is of Mexico.
A plate, ignore the crumbs. I was eating some crackers and jam this morning with my coffee before going live. The plate, made in China. Just look at the bottom. Hold on, let me check my glasses if it not rub out. Made in China. You see this little thing called a chip? Made in China.
A major.
Whoops, what did I just press? I pressed something. Press something a while ago. The pencil rub out. No, I can't read it for the pencil. Everything around, 90% of what I have around me, I want to say 99% of what I have around me is made in China. What were we doing from 2015 to 2024 to get ready for the shift to happen? And yes, Charlie, you're absolutely right. It takes years. We need to have the reskilling of the labor force. And I know I sound funny because I don't know how to get off this thing.
B flat major. B major.
I pressed the wrong thing.
C major. D major. E flat major. E major.
I pressed the wrong
F
thing.
major. G flat. G A flat. A major.
I know I can't get it off. So I know I sound away, folks. Bear with me. Give me 1 second. Let me shut off and come back because I know it's on. All right.
Pairing.
I'm back.
Pro. MC. Original.
Yeah. So you're right, Charlie. There needs to be the reskilling of the labor force. Where was the investment made from 2020 to 2024? Right? To say, why wasn't there a drive from the administration then? Why didn't his advisors say, you know what? Let us get ready. We know that we want you back. Just in case Biden goes in, we get this 4-year reprieve. We know we want you back. Let us get ready. Let us start investing in reskilling the labor force, rebuilding infrastructure, developing new supply chains, as you have said, Charlie. Absolutely, nothing was done. All things that need to happen. I do agree that America can cut down its import bill and should aim to, where practical, wherever it is practical and wherever it is feasible, and it is not going to create a burden, an economic burden on the consumer. Absolutely. We don't like the fact that other countries are not importing our vehicles. Well, you know what? Did we look about making smaller vehicles if we want our vehicles in Europe or in Asia? You can't put a Ford F-250 on the road in Europe or in unless you're going out on the autobahn. If you're talking about in the cities, the vehicles have to be small. Did we say to the automotive manufacturer, say, hey, listen, let us design small vehicles that we can sell on the European market or in Asia? So we have an issue that Australia does not import our pork and beef. Did we speak with their regulatory bodies to say, okay, tell us what your standards are. Let us meet your standards so that we can export to you. If Australia said them want meat with zero antibiotics, zero this, zero that, did we tap in with our farmers to facilitate that so we could export to them? We can't be mad at them for saying they don't want it if it don't meet their standards. Let us create something that meets their standards. Same thing in Europe too. Manufacturing. So we import a lot of the clothing from China. China doesn't, if they don't import much from us. Why? You want to know why? They're smaller. Physically, their stature. They're smaller people. Did we say, let us see how we can design clothing and manufacture clothing for the different ethnicities out there, taking into consideration physical features? Did we do that? We have a lot of missed opportunities. We missed the opportunity to actually be great. We could have moved forward, but we weren't doing that. And I say this, and I will continue. He needs new advisors who actually care about the forward movement, the progression of the country, and people around him who will make him look good. Need audit report on the tariff cost to see what politicians in government. Charlie, don't ruffle the feathers. We will not. We are not going to ruffle the feathers. So Trump's buy tip on So Trump offers buy tip on social media. Did I tell you that we're in the business and tech segment brought to you by Grand Coffee House? If I didn't, let me say it to you again. Head on over to grandcoffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. All right, first up, Trump offers buy tip on social media hours before tariff pause that made stocks soar. This article, courtesy of apnews.com, when Donald Trump offered some financial advice Wednesday morning, stocks were wavering between gains and losses, but that was about to change. On his social media platform, Truth Social, at exactly 9:37 a.m., he posted this. This is a great time to buy DJT. Less than 4 hours later, Trump announced a 90-day pause on nearly all his tariffs. Stocks soared on the news, closing up 9.5% by the end of trading. The market measured by the S&P 500 gained back $4 trillion, or 70% of the value it had lost over the previous 4 trading days. It was a prescient. Yeah, it was a prescient call by the president, maybe too prescient. He's loving this control over markets, but he better be careful. That's according to a Trump critic and former White House ethics lawyer, Richard Painter, noting that securities law prohibits trading on insider information or helping others do so. The people who bought when they saw that post made a lot of money. Hang tight.
Did Donald Trump manipulate the stock market today for wealthy investors? Let's break it down. Days before today, Donald Trump announced massive reciprocal tariffs on countries around the globe, and instantly the markets crashed here in the United States. This morning at 9:37 a.m. Eastern Time, Donald Trump posts, quote, buy, as the market sat near a short-term bottom. At the time, the Dow Jones was just around 37,488 points. 4 hours later, Donald Trump announced a 90-day pause on most of those tariffs. Within 10 minutes of that pause, the Dow Jones gained more than 2,000 points, surpassing 40,000 points for the first time in days. What happened today looks a lot like a perfectly timed market play, one that will benefit those who bought the dip and then sold when the market took off. But folks, this wasn't insider trading. Nothing Donald Trump did was private. It was all public for the public to know. Was it ethical? That's debatable. Who made money off of it? That's what I want to know. Was it political insiders? Was it those in the Trump administration? Was it wealthy investors or wealthy donors? But folks, while Donald Trump's messages may have been public and his pivot technically transparent, the timing and impacts of his statement suggest a level of strategic economic coordination that borders on economic orchestration. I did a full breakdown.
I think I'm going to open a Truth Social account.
You know, I was just going to say that insider trading. Okay, if they're going to accept it, then yeah, we do need to follow him.
I'm going to open a Truth Social account. See, I would have got that information for y'all already. That part, Charlie. Next. Oh, let's listen to this one too.
Breaking news. You need to watch this. How long is the pause? How many days?
I understand it's 90 days. I haven't spoken to the president since I've been.
So the trade representative hasn't spoken to the president of the United States about a global reordering of trade.
Yes, I have. I've
And
just
yet
been in the
he-
hearing with you. So
But yet he announced it on a tweet. WTF? Who's in charge?
the president of the United States is in charge.
It looks like your boss just pulled the rug out, just found out 3 seconds ago, sitting here. We saw you.
Right.
You came here knowing that these tariffs were going to be turned off. Why didn't you include that in your opening statement?
I don't disclose my conversations with the president, sir.
This is amateur hour. Did you know that this was happening?
We have been discussing
Is
it.
this market manipulation?
No.
Why not? If it was a plan, if it was always the plan, how is this not market manipulation?
It's not market manipulation, sir.
Well, then what is it? Because it sure is not a strategy.
We're trying to reset the global trade system.
You're,
That's
and
offshored all of our
and
facts.
if it's not market manipulation, what is it? Who's benefiting? What billionaire just got richer? There are not even any Republicans left in this hearing. They all left because they don't even want to defend this. But meanwhile, the speaker is rushing to the floor to pass a budget reconciliation to screw America by passing the biggest tax cut in history.
Former Facebook executive tells Senate committee company undermined U.S. national security with China. According to APnews.com, former Facebook executive Sarah Wynne Williams testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee yesterday, accusing the social media company of undermining national security and briefing China on U.S. artificial intelligence efforts in order to grow its business there. We are engaged in a high stakes AI arms race against China. And during my time at Meta, company executives lied about what they were doing with the Chinese Communist Party to employees, shareholders, Congress, and the American public. That's what Wynne Williams said in her prepared testimony. Her book, Careless People, an explosive insider account of her time at the social media giant, sold 60,000 copies in its first week and reached the top 10 on Amazon's bestseller list amid efforts by Meta to discredit the work and stop her from talking rather about her experiences at the company. Meta used a campaign of threats and intimidation to silence the former executive, said Senator Richard Blumenthal, a Democrat from Connecticut, during the hearing. Haven't people been saying for a long time that they had a feeling that many of the US owned companies were already trading their personal information? So, how interesting it is now that here we have a former, according to APnews.com, we have former Facebook executive Sarah Wynne Williams blowing the whistle pretty much, right? Accusing the social media company of undermining national security and briefing China. Isn't this the same company whose CEO or owner was at the inauguration up front and center, sitting in that row with the other techies? As on a buy and sell my information, somebody do beg on a little money now. Beg on one little money. Just a little money. Beg a little check. That's it. And I have bills to pay. That one concludes our stories in our business and tech segment, brought to you by Grand Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products at grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. Now it's time for our health and science news, brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com and discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food, for a natural, beautiful you. Our first article out of our health and science news segment: coal miners' health care hit hard in job cuts to CDC. Let's take a listen to this one, courtesy of NPR.
President Trump's sweeping cuts at federal health agencies include the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program. Over the past half century, that program dramatically reduced Black lung disease, which once sickened or killed over a third of miners. Mining communities must now grapple with its disappearance. NPR's Yuki Noguchi reports.
Sam Petzonk grew up in southern West Virginia, visiting patients with his father, one of the country's first doctors to specialize in Black lung disease.
When I was a child, I'd look up and I'd see coal miners seeming larger than life, doubled over, coughing, scarcely able to walk, work, or breathe.
Today, Petzonk's entire law practice represents coal miners sickened on the job. For his work, he relies heavily on a unit of the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, which runs the Coal Workers Health Surveillance Program. The program ran a very unique kind of workplace health benefit. By law, it gave every miner in the country access to care for free. It sent mobile X-ray units to mines for regular screenings. It authorized job transfers for miners showing signs of disease. And the 25-person unit also trained and certified doctors to read specialized lung scans. Petsonk says it's an essential part of mining life. But as of last week, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention slashed staff, and it is not operating.
It's a bedrock institution for the medical profession that has been obliterated. It's just unacceptable.
Yesterday, Petsonk filed suit against Health and Human Services and its new head, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., to reinstate the unit. Epidemiologist Scott Laney headed research at that Morgantown, West Virginia office until he was placed on administrative leave on April 1st.
We are the nation's doctors for coal miners when it comes to their lung health.
Laney says with no staff, the Coal Worker Health Surveillance Program and its database of X-rays, medical records, and mobile screening vans are abandoned. He says his unit single-handedly reduced rates of Black lung disease among longtime miners from about 40% to under 5%. But it's still a huge concern today, as coal mines cut more from sandstone, which generates dust 20 times more harmful than coal. Without monitoring, Laney says, coal miners will die and no one will keep score.
It's going to have impacts on my neighbors. It's going to be killing young men, and that story will go untold.
Dr. Drew Harris says most miners are unaware of the program's recent fate. Harris is a pulmonologist who directs the Black Lung Program at Stone Mountain Health, the only such free clinic in Virginia.
We hear coal trains running behind the clinic intermittently throughout the day.
Harris says the lung surveillance program is trusted and universally relied upon.
In Central Appalachia, it's a big deal. I mean, these are towns that basically were built around coal mining. And coal miners are like the heart and soul of this community and sort of the economic livelihood for generations.
Harris says high levels of sand dust mean some patients need double lung transplants by age 40. The program, he says, is still very necessary.
If that goes away, then people won't know that they have Black lung at an earlier age, and more people are going to end up with severe disease because they didn't diagnose it earlier.
Officials from CDC and Health and Human Services did not respond to requests for comment. You can
Appalachia, isn't that where J.D. Vance is from? Isn't he from that region? I mean, I don't want to assume. Good thing I checked. No, that's not. That's not where it's from. Good thing I checked. I didn't want to assume. Oh boy. Hold on. There is some Appalachian region in his thing. No, man, hold on a second. His mother struggled for years with illicit and alcohol use disorders, and Vance was raised mostly by his maternal grandparents, who relocated to Middletown from the Appalachian region of eastern Kentucky. Okay. All right. Okay. Got it right. See, I want to make sure I don't say anything wrong. So the Appalachian region must be very vast. So imagine a double lung transplant. So that means there are folks who work within this industry who are going to be chronically ill and not even know what's going on with them internally, not going to have access to care. The only such free program in Virginia, trusted, universally relied upon in those communities, it's going to be taken away from them. They stand to lose it. It is sad, Charlie. It is sad. It's a crucial surveillance program needed for health prevention. Yeah. You know, I feel some empathy for them. I do. I really do. Because they were blindsided. Or were they? But regardless, I still feel some empathy for them. That I hope that this decision will be revisited and retracted. I hope sincerely that they will take into consideration, that RFK will take into consideration that the people who need these services the most are the very people who will not be able to afford it if they privatize it. They're not going to be able to afford the care. They're not. Next up in our health and science news segment, a woman becomes first UK womb transplant recipient to give birth. Grace Davidson gives birth to baby Amy Isabel after receiving her sister's womb in 2023. Article courtesy of theguardian.com. Surgeons are hailing an astonishing medical breakthrough as a woman became the first in the UK to give birth after a womb transplant. Grace Davidson is 36 years old, who was a teenager at the time when she was diagnosed with a rare condition that meant she did not have a uterus. That's according to her and her husband, who is 37 years old, but they have been given the greatest gift we could ever have asked for. They named their 5-week-old girl Amy Isabel after Grace's sister, Amy Purdy, who donated her own womb during an 8-hour operation in 2023. A surgeon helped perfect the transplant technique. Davidson said she felt shock when she first held her daughter, who was born by planned NHS cesarean section on February 27 at the Queen Charlotte's and Chelsea Hospital in London. The couple always had a quiet hope the womb transplant would be a success and enable them to start a family. But it wasn't really until she arrived that the reality of it sunk in. The development will offer new hope to women born without a womb or whose wombs fail to function. 3 more womb transplants have been carried out in the UK using deceased donors, with medics hoping the recipients of those wombs will have babies. About 10 more women are going through the process of approval for a £25,000 womb transplant in the UK, but hundreds more have expressed an interest in the program, which is funded by Womb Transplant UK. The charity has permission for 10 deceased donor transplants and 5 living donor transplants. It hopes the NHS may provide funding in the future. Wow. Did anyone hear that there were studies being done with regard to to womb transplants?
Not at all. It's a little, it's for me, I'm like 50-50.
Yeah, me too. I'm 50-50 with this one.
Yeah.
I've never heard of it either, Charlie. Me neither. I'm 50-50 with you, Jack. Well, I wow. Well, I appreciate the advance of science, and it will give persons the opportunity to become parents, because yes, not everyone is comfortable with the idea of a surrogate. Not everyone is comfortable or wanting to adopt, but a womb transplant. Interesting.
I mean, we do hearts, we do lungs, we do livers. So I guess why not?
It's bringing new hope to women who want to carry their own children.
Oh, your screen was frozen, so I don't know if you heard what I said.
Yeah, I heard you. I don't know what's going on with my screen, but I heard you. I heard you. 25,000 pounds for a new. You know what? I much prefer this, Ja. I'm processing it. I much prefer this than these robots that they want to create to incubate embryos in. I think I prefer that.
I agree. Did the article specify that it has to be a family member, or could it be any woman's womb?
It's a very long article. They're saying that more than 100 womb transplants have been carried out worldwide, with at least 50 babies thought to have been born as a result. Interesting. The first successful birth after a transplant took place in Sweden in 2014. So where have I been living, under a rock? Let me see here if it says anything. I guess you have to be a match, just like with a kidney, just like with any other organ, I guess. Huh.
And I'm assuming not. But it's a good question. You can send me the article. I'll research. Did you get my response to how you can walk in Texas on the side of the street and get a ticket?
Where you sent it? Where did you send it?
I believe I sent it to your IG. I sent a picture of the actual law.
Let me take a look.
There is an actual law.
So the police officer was right. Right, because she was showing the gentleman on her phone that the woman who was walking on the wrong side of the road.
So the law says highway, right? They were on a residential road. And even though that is the law, how am I, as a layperson, supposed to even know that law? I am not a lawyer. We are not lawyers. If a law like that is so important, those things need to be posted on a regular basis, or at least in the community that you live in.
All right, so let me read it. So, John, thank you for sending it over. Texas Transportation Code, use of sidewalk, 552.006, dated current as of January 1, 2024, updated by Find the Law staff. A pedestrian may not walk along and on a roadway if an adjacent sidewalk is provided and is accessible to the pedestrian. So a pedestrian may not walk along and on a roadway if on the other side of the road there is a sidewalk, right? Okay, so if a sidewalk is there, walk on the sidewalk. That's what that is saying. B, if a sidewalk is not provided, a pedestrian walking along and on a highway shall walk on the left side of the roadway or the shoulder of the highway facing oncoming traffic, unless the left side of the roadway or the shoulder of the highway facing oncoming traffic is obstructed or unsafe. So in other words, when you're walking on the road, face the traffic. All right. Next, and the only way you should deviate from that is if there is any obstruction, for example, vehicles parked there or road work going on. C, the operator of a vehicle emerging from or entering an alley, building, or private road or driveway shall stop and yield the right of way up to a pedestrian approaching on a sidewalk extending across the alley, building entrance or exit to a road or driveway. So back to the walking part. A and B. If a sidewalk is provided over there in Texas, use it. If there is no sidewalk and you're walking along on a regular road or on a highway, you are to walk on the left side of the roadway or the shoulder of the highway facing oncoming traffic. The only deviation that should happen is if there is an obstruction on the left side, then you have to go over to the right side, and as soon as you pass that place, go back over on the left side. There are so many laws, that, truth be told, can they really furnish them day in, day out first? I think we have to do our due diligence. Some of these things that are basic, probably teach them in school so they become embedded in our heads.
What would make me think that there's a law to tell me what side of the street I can walk on?
Well, if there's a law to tell you how to do certain things in your bedroom, there will be a law for everything, no?
And then as a police officer, are you that hopped up that you need tickets, that you're going to give this woman a ticket instead of just saying, you know what? I'm going to give you a warning, but this is the law. Please look this up so someone else won't do it another time. It's still frackanackle.
It is. I agree. I agree with you, Charlie. Our country is imploding from the inside out, and this is what Texas is concerned about. And you're right. Just say to them, hey, you know, and for somebody in the neighborhood where she lives, to call the police on her, what neighbors we have.
Wait, it didn't say somebody called the police.
Yeah. Somebody called. Yesterday, somebody called the police on her. She's looking for her dog in her neighborhood, 2 houses down from her yard. Somebody in the neighborhood called the police. The police show up, and it was somebody else who witnessed, a gentleman who witnessed that what was going on, who pulled out his phone and decided to video and was saying to the police how ridiculous it is. And so her crime pretty much is that she's walking while black in the groves.
Moment. I looked up the story. The gentleman was her husband.
I don't know. I didn't see that part. I'm
telling you. I looked up the story. The gentleman was her husband, who is white and she is black. And when I go walking at lunch, especially with my head wrapped up now, I decided that I need to even go walking with my driver's license, because it is a neighborhood that I'm walking in that don't have too many that look like me. And even yesterday, I was sitting in the park and the police car came like 2 times past me. And I was like, you know what? Let me get up and start walking back to the building, because you just never know. Not everyone is out casing properties. Let's just say that. I yield.
Oh, did you see the video that Dr. Keisha put up about her experience? Hold on, I need to do my puzzle piece so that the live can continue. Okay. So did you see the video that Dr. Keisha put up on her TikTok about, you saw it, Charlie? Did you see it, Ja?
No, I didn't see it.
I mean, you have to take bad things, make joke. Let me see if I can play. Funny as heck. Not funny, but what else can I say at this point? Funny, not funny. Hold on, right there. So hold on.
There. Wanted to go do a workout. I'm not even in the mood anymore, to be honest. I've completely lost my mood. I did a little bit, but I go into a place which I just signed up for in Texas, and I walk in the door. I go to the door. I ring the doorbell, which you're supposed to because this is not my center. And nobody response. And there's two people standing there and a woman literally less than a foot from me in the doorway talking. I continue to press, and after a while, I'm kind of like, wait, something's not right because I've been here before. This lady who I find out, I think she's actually the owner. If you look at videos, you'll see her there, a blind woman. She's like, oh my God, can I help you? What do you need? And I'm literally standing there. The other woman recognizes me. And I go towards her and she's like, oh, the door doesn't work. The doorbell doesn't work at all. And the other lady looks at her like, I didn't know that. She's like, we'll have to get that fixed. But yet you just saw people walk in the door. So I came to this Hot Works right here. Now, the door.
They don't want to hear it. It's looping. Hold on. I don't know. Dr. Keisha, them don't want to hear the rest of it. But it's a shame. And you can tell that was blatant. The fact that the other one turns to her and says, I didn't know it was working. That was blatant. There's no other way to put it, Dr. Keisha. I'm sorry you had to go through that. You were going up there with your fine-looking self. How dare you? How dare you show up there with no makeup on, looking good? That's unacceptable. I think that is what it was. We can't have her in here. She's going to be a distraction. People are going to be so enamored with her beauty.
No, that is exactly how some places are here in this year. Houston, Texas, at times. But even when I go walking in the neighborhoods during lunch.
And you want me to come to Texas?
And said people will look and smile at me. When I go walking, I always make sure I'm on the phone with someone.
Oh, sorry. And you want me to come to Texas, Jeff?
The same people that smile at you will go inside the house and call the police on you. But here's the thing. It ain't just Texas.
I stay right where I have been since 1978. Ain't no moving from where I'm at.
Well, let me just say this. CIT is coming to Texas, and I just yield right there because you're coming.
I'm coming here to put up with something I've never experienced.
You're coming.
If I'm going to encounter that, I have never experienced it, and I don't want to experience it. Mistake in a little corner, right there, so which part me there in Miami.
It's few and far between, but it happens. And it will depend on what side of town you're on.
Dr. Keisha said, Houston is not as bad. That is going to happen.
I live in Fort Bend County, Dr. Keisha. I've never had that issue in Fort Bend County, but when I go to the Woodlands, I have that issue at times.
I want to experience them things there. Not at all.
Yeah, you're in Fort Bend, so you're like I'm in Pearland, Manville area. We actually have a melting pot, so we don't have that issue. I'm in a border town right now, so I'm doing a locums. So I'm here covering because they could not find nobody else. The only person, if I was not here, this lab would not be able to run. And y'all out here acting a fool. I probably signed out one of your loved one cases and you sitting here won't let me open the door. I think she realized later because I posted and did a review while I was sitting in the car. Then she called me. I think we went off on the wrong foot. I said, there is no wrong foot. I said, it's you. I said, I'm not going anywhere I'm not welcome. I said, I actually came here to work to do a job as a doctor. And I said, you are the first person to make me feel unwelcome. Congratulations.
Wow.
I said, there's nothing else to say to you when I hung up the phone.
And the life you are going to help save may be hers.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna tell the hospital. I was like, yeah, I said, it's been a great stay here, but I want coming back thanks to Hot Works.
Wow.
We have to remember sometimes our brothers and sisters that we don't know. They kind of make it bad for us sometimes. But if you think about it, I just sent you an article, Moment.
Which one?
Where,
IG?
yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, that is a form of what is happening now. In Jamaica, the prep schools are priced so high that the sole intent is to separate their kids from another set of kids. In essence, that's what it is. Segregation. And it's not racism, but it is segregation and gentrification.
Niece,
right?
stick up in. Didn't we start out in a prep school? And it's
What's wrong with you? Stop we can't manage, you know.
No, I'm talking.
We can't manage.
But you said segregation, and I'm like, isn't that what they're trying to do? So this is probably why these businesses feel so bold now.
Exactly, but look at Dr. Keisha complexion. You can imagine if somebody dark as me, they go there.
Please stop it, because you lighter than me, so stop it. Niece,
Can't manage. Let me come up here.
Y'all talk, y'all getting deeper in the hole.
Dr. Keisha, niece and I started kindergarten at the same time at the same convent prep school. We're living in the same neighborhood. She read. She read. I'm sorry, she's melanin deficient.
The thing is, this has always.
I'm sorry.
This is not anything new. Unfortunately, it's just being exasperated because of our current red cap or our current political system, making it seem like anyone that don't look like them is out to hurt them. Mm-hmm. Every news story we have read that had to do with anybody else except for them supposedly is hurting America some way, somehow.
Yep.
For what reason, though? You may want to ask yourself that. For what reason? I yield.
You know, niece, I will say this: the prices have got ridiculous in Jamaica. I understand why people will send their children to prep schools. Some because of what you were alluding to. Some because their children will perform better because of the style of teaching. So let's do a quick look here. Arden Prep. Cost per term, $120,000. Alvernia Prep, $99,000. AISK, which is the one that's owned by the entertainer's wife, $11,000, starting at $11,000 per year, up to $18,000 US. That is for AISK. It's in US dollars. $11,000 to $18,000 US dollars per year. Bright Beginnings Educational Center, $104,750. That is, it doesn't say if that's per term. Creative Kids Learning Academy, starting at $221,000 up until up to $234,000. That's Jamaican dollars, folks. Emmanuel Christian Academy, $146,000 to $147,000. Harrison's Prep, and I don't know if those are per year or per
They will never prep school not tell you them rates per year.
Immaculate Prep, $180,000 to $200,000. Holy Childhood, $103,500. Hillel Academy, $310,000 to $416,000. Harrison's Prep, $66,000. Yeah.
Then I realize that ask after the name.
AISK. I just AISK.
Yeah, you realize it's at 11 and 12 thousand US. You know what that look like in a Jamaica and I mills that, you know? Now, don't get me wrong. Their syllabus is it's top notch.
And it goes beyond what they're taught. It also includes preparation for United States university.
I understand.
It prepares them for the SAT and all of that.
Because these children, when they start at the prep schools, they don't go to regular high schools. They don't even, I'm not even sure they sit CXC. I think they sit SATs. I think, yeah, the school is just in Jamaica, but their syllabus is American. Okay?
That's almost 2 million Jamaican a year.
Yo, that is a car money. That can bring up the also type foundation, you know. No, star. I started at a prep school too, but at the time it was like 5,000 a term.
Listen, that was back in the
no.
That had to be because you're 10 years younger than me.
90s, early 90s,
okay.
Yeah. But I mean, back then that was a lot of money because back then my mother was getting like, me no know, $6,000-7,000 a week for pay where she was working. No, sir. You know, so you can't homeschool. Homeschool is an option, you know.
Not everybody is equipped to homeschool. Not everybody is. And if a person is not equipped to do it, I don't recommend they do it. Because you can be setting your child up for failure. You have to know what your capabilities are. Yeah. It's not something I readily recommend to everybody. It's not for everybody. The homeschooling I would recommend, nieces, like what we went to in after school when we were being prepared to take the common entrance.
Right, because
kind of
smaller class.
Yeah.
So you get the attention.
Yeah. Because after regular school, we had to do that school as well. Why the money turn up at Jamaica? Blouse and skirt.
You want me and you and me start on school? I just say.
Wow.
What you say, niece?
But if we're starting a school, what are the offerings going to be? How are we going to set ourselves apart from the competition so that we will, it's not just about the money. I want to know if I'm going to be delivering a product, it is going to have something beneficial. It is going to be different, engaging. I don't want the typical run-of-the-mill school where it is just theory. I want a school like AISK, like Hillel, where children are taught to think for themselves.
We're going to do a Montessori school. Simple.
Listen, I would have partnered with my PM and said, listen, for every school that we have, if it's even 1 or 2 curriculum needs to include something that is more global, because that's what they're doing now with the high schools. They're trying to get a certification that is CARICOM recognized. For the most part, HEART is, and Jamaica skill set is a brand to itself. But they're trying to get HEART to be more globally certified. And that's what they need to do. They need to get our education system on par with everybody else to make sure that education is affordable and accessible. The key word there, accessible to all, because our kids that are coming out of the public school have more common sense than those who are going to those schools. It's just that we're smart on a certain level, and then to take it to the next level, that's where they need help. But that is where these people come in and, just like the Chinese, steal our ideas, master them, put them out as their own, and then they reap the benefits from it. So I would partner with my PM and improve the public system.
I feel some type of way when you say somebody steal your ideas, because if you're expressing them, that means it's not yours anymore because you've let it out in the universe. Just because someone is able to, what's the word I want to use? Carry out your thoughts doesn't mean that you stole it.
So, Ja, if you're going to say that, then the African American community should not complain when other ethnicities copy what they do, then.
Who's complaining?
I see the complaints all over social media.
You know, I'm currently in a couple of groups, and one of the main things I say to them, if it is your idea, copyright it, put a license on it, do something legal. If you don't do that, it's not yours. It doesn't matter what you say or do.
And that message needs to go across to all of our Jamaican artists who are singing that we're bobbing and weaving to, because they are putting out their art, their artistic work because they love it. It's something that comes natural to them. They do it every single day, but they're not thinking about long-term business. And what's the name of the thing that they get? Royalties. They're not thinking about royalties.
Royalties and passive income. Royalties and passive income. Yes.
Because they don't want to take the time to learn the business. And then, but hold on a second, let me say this, since we're going down in this rabbit hole. Do we truly have a leg to stand on? What if the likes of Celine Dion clapped back at Jamaican artists who sing over her songs and says she wants royalty?
They have. There's several artists that have done that. So know your worth.
But does a do-over, does a cover song, a song that has been covered, does the covered version actually earn anything?
Yes, because in the music, well, I don't know about back then, but there's a time where you could not even use someone's beats without getting acknowledgement from the original person or the original A&R people or the company.
So whilst you might not get royalties from performing the song, Alexia, the fact that, or if having it played on air, the fact that, and you may not be able to put it on certain streaming platforms, the fact that you're able to perform the song at concerts, stage shows, hotels, wherever, you are earning from someone else's intellectual property.
And some of them might have asked for money up front. In order for you to use my music, you got to pay me X amount of dollars. Anything you make after that is yours. It just depends on the contract at that moment.
I know a singer who, to escape all of that, she had to re-sing. Is that the correct term? She had to go back in studio and sing over all her songs that gave her full rights to her songs, and then sue anybody who is played parts. I don't know how that worked out for her. But going back to the education, trust me, there are things going on there, your way of doing things. I didn't know that the PM had said that he was planning on doing some upgrades. There's so much going on. I don't know how far I'm reached. But yeah, I would rather help him improve the accessibility of public education, and all who's crazy enough to go spend them kind of money, yeah, let them go ahead and do it.
Yeah, the parents must know what they're paying for.
Because even in the US, that money is crazy.
Our current educational system, the infrastructure, it needs to fix big time.
And because it is in need of repair, that is why you have the prevalence of the prep schools that charge.
Yeah, because having 50 kids in our classroom isn't.
No dash.
Yeah, it's not the thing. And my thing has always been, coming out, may I tell you this? I've always, when I sit down and I ask myself, Alexa, when you leave this world, what are you leaving? And I said I wanted to leave a mark on the educational system in terms of having a school. But the school would have been for kids who are literally left behind. Because there are so many kids who they just move along in the crowd, graduate them from primary school, send them to high school, and still graduate them. And there are a lot of things they have not accomplished, a lot of basic things. You get me?
So we are
Right?
not churning out well-rounded individuals.
No, a lot of it is not even 50%, because you still have especially boys, right, who are graduating from high school who cannot read and write properly.
So, as there's another thing I want us to take into consideration too, folks. A lot of the prep schools in Jamaica, yes, people might look at the uptown versus downtown. Let me tell you something. You see these preps, because a lot of them are networking.
Yep.
They're there for networking. Because networking is, what do you call it, nepotism? Nepotism plays alongside networking, right? And what is fostered within the prep school system is more of an allegiance, right? You form these bonds, and it's like a society, so to speak, for the want of a better term. So as you know each other, your parents know each other, business people know each other. Now, what is going to happen is, let's say now in your 20s, you already have your resources in place if you want to start a business. You already have your resources in place if you need to get certain doors open. That's when, so in the early stages, it's networking. Later on, it translates into nepotism. And nepotism can be good or bad. Nepotism can make it easier for you to navigate, right? Yeah, it's interesting. It gets you in the right rooms without effort. Absolutely. And it is what it is. And it's not just in Jamaica, it's everywhere. Right? You also have a difference, and this is something that needs to be studied, or they need to pay attention to it. You can take a teacher from the public school, put them in the private school, and get a different outcome with the children. Why? Money is their motivator. There's a difference of pay. The government will never be able to pay the private school teacher the same salary. And so, because now they're held to a higher standard too, the parents don't play. I'm paying this money. You better make sure my pick up perform. Right? They're held to a higher standard. They have to be more accountable, right? The classroom sizes are much smaller, so you have the opportunity to have this one-on-one interaction, right? The curriculum is rigorous. It is rigorous. And a lot of these private schools, they do provide extra lessons because they know not everybody can keep up with what happens throughout the normal classroom.
But also in these private school, in the prep schools, there's more parent-teacher interaction.
Yes.
The parents are more involved with the children at school.
Yes.
And I'm not saying that you don't find involvement at primary school, You understand me? Because I have an aunt who she was so involved in her kids' school life in primary school that she became the president for 5 years in a row. You understand me? But the interaction is top notch. If them don't show up for a meeting, you see them calling the teachers. And a lot of times, the principal know the parents for all I pick them personally. You understand? So may I say money, mighty God. How money do all of this? How? I understand the power of money, but this? Me not lie, Miss Lady, Miss Francis, what's what they do my name and my number still? In a ram, she keep track of her kids then no matter who your parents are. But still.
Was there any of those schools in St. Anne or all those schools in Kingston and St. Andrew?
Everything listed here is in Kingston and St. Andrew, with a couple over in Portmore.
So it may be a population density issue and not necessarily, because I remember there are several prep schools that started in Discovery Bay, Toronto Bay, and they all ended up closing down.
There's stuff still there. There's one that's attached to the it's on the same campus as the community college, Glen Prep. They're still running.
Okay, so they've been around the longest, so they probably just relocated and probably downsized.
Discovery Prep is still going, Hampton Prep is still going, and some other little ones. They're still around.
But not like those people, those things that Moments read, not those kind of fees.
Be honest, I am not familiar with the fees, and yes, Glen is high. I think at one point Glen was going for 35 or 40 a term. No joke. Last time
Which, if it's 30, that's 3 3s 90, or 3 4s 12, 120.
Yeah, but you still have people who had 2 and 3 kids going to the one school.
Let them can afford it. And I tell you something, is some of them going to prep school there is not because them parents can afford it on their own. You know, a lot of them are also getting help from relatives overseas. They send the money down to take care of these school fees for the children, because they know that the opportunities that will be afforded these children will be greater. Some of these children will never have to interview for a job. Remember me tell you that. Going to these schools, they will never have to sit before a computer and type up a resume and put on clothes and say them go for an interview. And if they do have to go to an interview, it's just on a point of principle. The job that I for them already. So what I would suggest the Ministry of Education do a case study. Do a case study within the private schools, and some of them well I know the answers already. Do a case study in the private schools and see what can be transferred to the public schools, so that we can turn out the equivalent.
Can I transfer it out? Give me one example.
So what is it that is being done in the private school to shape the minds of these children so that they become better candidates out there, versus what is happening in the private schools? How are they being prepared socially to be socially acceptable in the private school versus the public school?
And a key component in that is parent and teacher dialogue. What is the parents' relationship with the school? Because even in regular schools, I'm telling you, they're churning out prep school. In primary school, they churn out prep school level kids. And when you see it, mind you, yeah, we have a one-off child who you never seen film parents them yet, but he's doing very well. You understand me? But when the parents are involved in the school life of the child, in primary school, they do brilliant. You'll see a child who started off very slow, and bam, there's a turnaround, right?
Mm-hmm.
Parents are involved, because think about it. Moments. One of your son, you and your husband very busy, and you can't get to go in, right? But you pick up the phone and you say, Teacher Brown, blah blah blah. It's just a listen. Adrian is lowing this, he's lowing that. And you say, how best can we tackle it? Blah blah blah. And your husband family is a plan around that, even though you guys are busy. Adrian is still being looked after. He still has a camp, one at school and one at home, even though he's in primary school. But when you send home a note with a child, you call the parents multiple times. Because a lot of people will make people think that the school doesn't care. You have teachers in these said overcrowded, underfunded primary schools, who will buy kids lunch, who help kids to get uniform, who take one student book and use their money and copy out and make booklets for kids who don't have the book. And they will call the parents and the parents don't show up. And that in itself discourages those trying teachers. I've had teachers who take it upon themselves, put the child in their vehicle and say, lead me to your house. And when they reach home, is the child alone. And mind you, this teacher has her own life to attend, her own kids. And she sat on that veranda with that child till 7 p.m. when the mother came home and said, this is what I have to go through to get to you. Look how long I've been telling your son to call me. Do you understand what I'm saying? I've had teachers who look on the parents and say, Ewa, your son have to travel too far to reach school a man time, so he reach late. Make him stay with me during the week, and on weekend him come home to you. The effort is there. They just need better help. And the parents need to step in. You can't have a class of 50 students, and when they do parent-teachers meeting, and just that class is meeting alone, you have 20 parents.
You know, times have really changed, Alexa, as you're saying that, because I remember my days in high school, right? Ever so often they have parent-teachers meeting. I'm going to tell you, the auditorium full. The parents showed up at high school. When they come, because, you know, every fourth weekend, the boarders would go home unless they have an order mark. They have to stay at school for the weekend. But when it's once a month, the boarders get to go home, midterms, end of term. Usually, and I clearly remember end of term parent-teachers meeting. I'm going to tell you, say, the auditorium filled with parents. Some of them, if it's single mother, the mother dead. If it's a grandmother, because the parents are abroad, the grandmother is there. Whoever the guardian is showed up. If it's a two-parent home and the father can't come, guarantee the mother is there. If the mother can't come, guarantee the father is there. But that auditorium was full. Parents were involved when I was going to high school, and that was back in the 80s. They showed up. Nala, they were involved. You see, like when they used to have fair and extravaganza, the parents involved in selling the tickets for the fundraising for the school. We don't have that level of involvement anymore from parents in schools. Our niece, when we were going to prep school, remember when they used to have a little function going on over, and it was held over in the community college auditorium. The auditorium filled with parents.
Full, and people outside. But you know what, thinking about it, we also did that for our kids. So then you realize that maybe these parents who are not showing up for their kids was because nobody showed up for them. So, you know, they just need to break the cycle. Because I didn't know any different other than to be at a PTA or make sure somebody is there for me.
And as you're talking, Alexia, I don't know, niece, I'm sure you were when Mrs. Smith used to take us all home, drop us home.
It was a carpool circle. It was either Mrs. Smith or Mrs. Hemmons or my mother. We would take turns dropping off everybody, taking them. So somebody carried them go and somebody carried them back. Hold on, Mrs. Hemmons?
Yes.
Oh, that's my neighbor.
That's her neighbor. Our neighbor.
Is she?
Huh?
Is she okay?
She passed away.
He was my librarian in high school.
Thank you for the gifts. I can't pronounce it. Go ahead.
One thing, there is nothing that could trump a parent's interest in the education of a child. No system, no nothing. But with the parents involved, right? But one thing I want to say, based on observation, if there is the demand for private education is rising, even at an exorbitant price, it means failure of the public school system. Because there should not be such a big a gap that the opportunity cost of paying so much money is better than the free education. There is always a group of people that will be in that level that will pay for private, and yes, you have a certain sector of society, and so that will be there. But if you find the average person thinking they have to send their child to a private primary school to get a good education, it means a drastic failure on the public school system. I don't care how you spin it, it's a drastic failure, not just a failure, drastic. Because the cost of exorbitant private school should be a deterrent to a parent that say, you know what, yes, it might be marginally different, but it's not that a big deal to cost us that much money. I could still work with the public school system. So that means the public school system is failing.
Yeah.
Mr. President, let me explain to you. So if Jamaica population is 2 million, there's 1.5 million living in Kingston and St. Andrew. So, I mean, like, someone exaggerating there, but majority of the persons are there. So this everything that is there is, I'm sure, is at its max. The schools, the hospitals, everything there. So, and there's a lot of expats and government persons in that area. So then you might find they would want, because of course of safety issues, they may want to do that. But those prices are ridiculous.
Well, what can I say? You know, as I hear you say expats, so an expat is someone who resides outside their country of citizenship. Why don't we call the undocumented here in the US expats? Just a thought.
Leave it alone.
But when everybody take up
Expats usually come with a job working remotely, or is working in the country and they're literally most of the time hired by the companies or the institutions that they work for on their special permits and stuff. So it's not a case where it's not like an economic migration. That's totally different.
No, but technically, per Google, expats, they're called expats because they're residing outside of their home country. It's a shortened term of the it's a shortened version of the word expatriate, which comes from the Latin word ex and patria, native country, fatherland. Essentially, an expat is someone who has temporarily or permanently moved to live in a different country of their own. And I said not about dollars and cents, Mr. President.
Okay, I could subject to Mr. Google, but my understanding of expat and the term and the way it is used, it's always used related to that. You're usually residing and working either in your country of origin or a country outside of the country you're living, or you're working in sometimes under special visas and so within the domestic. But I'm subject to correct.
So you mentioned the economy, right? Work, right? So technically, if they're here working and they have an item, shouldn't they be called expats? Just a thought. I'm being facetious. Just a thought.
The word expat is the same thing like the term third world country. We never use it for the right meaning where it did coin for.
Gosh, all right. Believe it or not, stories. We have 2 more stories to get through, folks. See if we can wrap them up, get through them before the top of the hour. But I do have to exit left. Okay, this one. A woman gets 12 years in prison for pew-pewing up Connecticut Police Department lobby. A Connecticut woman, according to the APnews.com, was sentenced on Tuesday to 12 years in prison for firing a pew-pew several times in the lobby of a police department where an officer fired back, but bulletproof glass prevented anyone from getting hurt. So Suzanne Laprice walked into the Bristol Police Department in October 2023, distraught under the influence of alcohol and carrying a 9mm pew pew. She fired 3 shots at the windows of the front desk and 2 more at an interior door, which officers were standing behind as they tried to talk with her. An officer fired 2 rounds at LaPrice from behind the door, but its glass windows also were bulletproof. After LaPrice put down her weapon, officers rushed into the lobby, shot her with a taser, and took her into custody. And she only got 12 years. And down here in Florida, should I get minimum 20 to 25? Could be life. She going to a police. No, man, this can't right. She walked into the police department, distraught, under the influence, carrying a pew pew. What if those windows were not bulletproof? You already know. Don't ask me no foolishness, Alexia. Why she get 12 years?
That's why. Don't ask questions where you have answer for it. That's why. Okay.
She's a 53-year-old with no prior record who had a lot of stressors in her life. She had financial stress. She had mental health stress. She was a disabled child. And she also wanted to unalive herself that night. And she's lucky that the Bristol police were so professional in how they apprehended her.
And the lady down at Texas, did you only have one stress? She couldn't find her dog?
Walking on the wrong side of the road. But she got a citation for it.
You see how easy it is? For some reason, the police, they know who is just distraught and want to have unalive via popo. But they don't know a person that is distraught because I heard someone in my backyard.
Did you hear about this one, Jack? With the where is it? I know I have it saved here. I don't know the reasoning behind certain actions. This one. Let me go ahead and play this one.
Tonight, outrage after multiple Idaho police officers opened fire on a teenage boy with autism. Officials in Pocatello say a neighbor called 911 Saturday evening, reporting what they described as a man who seemed drunk, threatening 2 people with a knife. The family says the boy, Victor Perez, is 17 and has autism and physical disabilities. They hope police would de-escalate the situation. Instead, video shows officers approaching, telling the teen to drop the weapon. He moves toward them, and they open fire from the other side of the fence seconds after arriving.
What the heck? What was that? 9 bullets. They took 9 bullets out of that kid. He died twice. They bring him back, and now I got that. He had brain damage, and now we have to handle that.
Pocatello's police chief defending his officers' actions.
We know this incident has deeply affected the community. The full picture requires careful review of all facts and evidence.
This shooting's now under investigation. Family members say they're not sure if this teen is going to survive. Trevor Ault, ABC News, New York.
How many times have we had incidents with autistic children being inflicted upon, some of them unaliving? How many times have we spoken about the need since 2022 until now? How many times have we spoken about the need for them to get training in how to handle autistic children?
How come they don't know the difference between autism and just distraught? She's just distraught.
Well, you know why she was distraught? Because the weapon that she used when she entered the police building is a weapon that belonged to her boyfriend at the time, who was a retired New York City police officer.
And there it goes.
So this guy had a knife, right? A knife. Where was
we don't even know if it was a knife, because from a distance we don't know.
Well, allegedly,
It was a knife. Where were the tasers?
Let me count the officers. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 officers. All of them with the, and guess what? There was a woman, I don't know if it's his mom or who was standing behind him, grabbing his shirt. What if one of those things had hit the mom or the woman?
They don't care. She wasn't destroyed.
Tasers. Me sure if 3 of them when they go taser gun upon him, everything fly all pee. I but him would have still have functional.
And neighbors, know your neighbors. It was a neighbor that called the police on the woman who was walking up and down the street looking for her dog. It was a neighbor who called the police on this gentleman. Is the neighbor aware that this child has is autistic? Do they know the ins and outs of autism? Do they know the spectrum the child is on?
Did they go out and see if
they could help?
You don't have to get close to do that. They could have just opened their door or their window and say, do you need any help?
And if the parent says my child is autistic, if you call 911, tell them to send the paramedics. And if they insist on sending the police, let them know this person is autistic. Send someone who has experience handling autistic persons.
Don't matter. We had that story. We had more than one of those stories last year. That it was specifically stated to 911 that this person is going through some type of episode. But hey, someone got unalive just by saying the blood of Jesus. Why you have to end our day with this? Oh man.
Believe it or not, news, it's the news, right? It's what's happening across the country. It's supposed to raise an awareness and should inspire us to want to advocate for change. And we have been begging for change. We have been begging for police reform. We have been begging for the revisiting of tactics and policies and you know, because not all police are the same. Let us be honest. We have some very good ones out there who actually care, who know the communities that they serve. They know their communities because they spend time getting to know the community. They have forged a relationship, and through that relationship, they are able to be more effective. They know that the citizens of those communities will reach out to them. They know they can rely on the citizens to help them police the communities to keep them safe and secure. It takes two to tango. We have good ones out there, but we always have those, the few, who make poor judgment calls and make the entire force look bad.
You see how the diabetics have these little bracelets that signify so then diabetic, if anything. I think don't they have these bracelets?
I don't know.
It won't matter. Yeah, it won't matter. They're gonna say it was the barrel of something that was sparkling in the light.
Me just say, so there can be some recognition from afar. Oh, that person look like them, they're on the spectrum. See the bracelet. My God. Hey.
4 of them. Hear how many rounds them put into the 17-year-old child?
I'm just gonna say.
Who was behind? I'm sorry, Josh, sorry to cut you. Who was in the fenced in? There's a fence. The yard has a fence around it. The gate wasn't open. The gate wasn't open.
He was in his yard moments?
Yes, the gate, and there's a fence. Gate closed. and a woman holding his shirt from the back, pulling him back to her. All they had to do was tease him. That's it.
You're telling me they went into this.
They didn't even go in the yard. Them step on the outside of the yard and let go the rounds from the child. I gotta pause. I forget something still the YouTube. I'm so sorry. YouTube, I want to say thank you so much for tuning in to Coffee and Chill Live. It was my pleasure to bring you another episode of Coffee and Chill World News on the Go. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning, God willing, at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Until then, have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, AT. Take care. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to LormelSkinFood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.